stop, Thank Hello, mic check. Hey guys, welcome to HunterBBQ livestream. Finally, we get to the first match because of a lot of technician problems and also some of postpone and delays. But anyway, we finally make it happen. And let's go to the match now. Okay, so both teams are prepared and the match is going to be start now. Hopefully both teams really getting it to be start because we have a lot of about 2 hours delay from what we should have. So now let's put this tag over here just to make sure everyone's just aware the tournament is start now. Okay, so I should really do some introductions, but here someone just put a tag saying that one player missing. Basically, both teams should have about 3 members based on the chart that we have. But anyway, both teams already say they are ready. They are ready to go into the fight. So I don't think we should do any delay anymore because we should always try to be on time to join the event and join your tournaments and not try to find any more reasons try to be delay anymore because everyone just waiting for the match to start, and once the team delay, they will cause everyone else on the later on to be more delays and not fair to others team as well because everyone try to be on time, but the first team not able to be here, and that's how all other teams try to stay there and until they have to go away because everything's delayed so late, about 2 to 3 hours. That is not in their schedule. But anyway, that we have a team. Let's see. Right, we have team farmers versus team mat. So the farmer teams is on the bottom side, XYT2, and the team mat on the top side, XYT1. So we have team 1 and team 2 going to fight, and team farmer we have let me get the name. Team farmer we have Tanya, and he's currently on this 70.3 million power, and he start to siege and also start to attack. And we have team farmer the second members currently on 54.9 million power. I think he's called Mohammed Drauzia 61, so I just call him 61 to be easier. And I think they are trying to clear some of the bunker, and my game trying to go to the late mode, but I think that's fine. Alright, so since this tag is on XYT, so the XYT2 can't see this one player missing tag because I try to do the live stream, I can't do the communications to try to inform them. So the other team, we have team Matt, we have Alexander on 67 million powers. I believe team farmer we have Alexa 54, supposed to be his team as well, with 57.1 million power, but I don't think he is moving at all. And two of the team, I mean both the teams should have 3 members on their team, but like I think a lot of problems starting now. That's why there's a lot of delay. So let me try to do some checking again. So there's a lot of unfortunately, because we are trying to be here and do the live stream, but a lot of team, they are late and delays, and that house make everyone on the later on team getting delay as well. I don't think that is a good sign. But anyway, we try to make the event very interesting, and also try to have everyone to join the event instead of having them not join the event. So I think from the screen someone just asked one volunteer for the team, but I think the match already start because both teams agree that they're ready. So I think this is still a fair factor to start. Otherwise both teams should not agree that they are ready for the match, and every other team is also ready and preparing and try to have that match. I'm really not sure what is really happening when they sign up the tournaments and they are not able to make it, and we are always having some volunteers problem. But I think Alexander and this Tanya, both of them is trying to play some one-on-one at this moment. So the rules is still the same from yesterday. Each members they will have 2 lilith, whether they use it during the fight or they are siege down. As long as they use the lilith, that will be count. And if there is no more any teammate on this particular area, on this village, about 60 seconds, then their team will consider disqualified and consider defeated by the other team. So now we are seeing Team Farmer, he tried to do a one-on-one, but his team also try to help with this 61 and Tanya. Maybe 61 and Tanya think about one-on-one supposed to be more fair, and that's how they try not to do 2-on-1. But Alexander also tried to do his siege with this super heavy. That is not anything seriously problem by now. Alright, so we already put all the tag, and hopefully both team being able to join. So let's remove these 2 tag because that is not really needed at this moment. And I believe the match and the war is already started for them. So let's just finish it. So now nothing seriously, everyone just try to watch at this is about maybe 1-on-1 or 2-on-1, but I think 61 is being a very gentle that not trying to interrupt these 1-on-1 matches. And because I'm aware that team mat that they are not very strong by 67 million power, that's why I also asked Team Farmer go to XYT-2 instead of let them stay in XYT-1. But now it's more about 1-on-1. But I think if they know how to play, Alexander still have a chance to win. But I would say the problem is that this Alexander, he might having a problems. Even though he successfully win this Tanya, he still have a problem about fighting the other fella with 54.5 million powers. That is one of the issue. So, but we also let's take a look how they fight about this 1-on-1 at this moment. Even though this is a team fight, but now being convert to become 1-on-1. Anyway, let's put this tag to the other side, not to really blocking our view that I can't see anything at all. Alright, so we can see that Alexander base is go down about 30% already, and then he have about one full groups that go down to red. But Tanya, he also have his super heavy down. At least he trade off about 30% of the enemy base. This is about 1-on-1. So the more you trade off, of course, it's the more better, because this tournament is all about how you can kill the other side base first instead of you trying to do anything else. Right, so there's nothing any surprise thing to be happening at any moment now, because both of them is also try to wait for their super heavy to be recruit back. After that, they will try to do the swarm or the siege, because this is just a 1-on-1. It's not considered swarm, but just a siege, and just about attack. So that's supposed to be the game now. But this fight, clearly we can see the advantage on this Tanya. He having the 70.3 powers, and then the other side having 67. Actually, just about 3.3 million power difference. But if you play correctly, you also can see how you can make the war, make the fight being turned around and become your benefit. But the best thing of this team farmer is that they're having this kind of benefits that try to have a 2-to-1, but they try not to do that and try to have 1-on-1 instead. So I think that is quite fair. Give up their benefit, give up their advantage to do 2-on-1 instead of just do 1-on-1. I think that's very good for this friendly match, and also good for the tournaments that everyone try to improve their skill instead of trying to win. That is very kind, I would say. So now that Alexander have a light tank, he try to kill the archeries from Tanya. He not really worried about that. He know that trade off the enemy base is the main object, so he really go into that, even though his archeries is dying, but he's still saving two group inside his base, so the Alexander can't do the free kill just to take off some of the Tanya base HP. But Tanya this time is not doing very well, because from 30%, I think he take about another 8%, but he die about two group of the archeries. His super heavy is not dying, just about 80% still inside the base, supposed to be okay. But trade off about 8% is not very good for two archeries dying. So definitely he can use some of the two groups to set it outside the base, might try to do some support or something, but he not doing that. Alexander also try his best to defend just now, but he using light tank to defend the the archeries is not also what very defensive move. But anyway, if Tanya successfully try to stitch the target on this light tank just now, so that is also give some benefit to Alexander, because his base is activated just now, so he will buy more time for his archeries to do some counter attacks. But now Alexander try to do counter attack with super heavy, and his super heavy also very strong, and he have two strong archeries as well, so Tanya have to really be some defensive. But his group is still red. That is one of the problem. Maybe he not recruiting or not recruiting fast enough. But definitely Alexander can't do any more damage. He's just worried about his super heavy going to die and his archery is going to die. That's why he tried to be some of defensive. But you can see he only trade about 4% or maybe 8% of this Tanya HP. Is not very good deal. If keeping this kind of situation, I think Tanya will win this 1-on-1 fight. Otherwise, Alexander do some very surprise counter attack or kill Tanya troops that then he can siege or empty space. But I don't see that anything happening now. And Alexander base keep on going down, almost like down to 60% HP. But I think he more than 60% by now. So we'll see what is going to happening. later on from this match of Team Farmer versus Team Matt. So at this moment, both members, they also try to get their full troops back. So you can see Danya is continuously trained back his troop, and Alexander is almost maxed his troop already, but he's still not doing anything at all, and his base definitely is burning, and he's not doing enough damage to this Danya. So he should really find a way that can break through this kind of situation. It's not going to be getting anything disadvantage again, otherwise he might lose this one-on-one fight. So Danya tried to do another siege, and this time he only using one archerist instead of using two, and he also tried to retreat his super heavy. That also some of the play. So he did kill some of the enemy base HP, but that is very less, about 1 to 2% maybe, because he's still having a lot of HP in this Alexander base. And Danya having two groups down. Finally Alexander tried to do some counter attack and some siege as well. So Danya really need to do some defense. So now definitely he try to do defense and take off half of the Alexander groups down. But that is still not enough. So I would say both of them still have a lot of room to improve. And this 61 definitely become audience. I mean, he just tried to watch from the side. So the real challenge is that Alexander base going down too much. If he even though having some miracle to win Danya, but his base is just too low to fight another full HP enemy base, that is not going to happen. That's why he really have to do more than just continuously to defense. Otherwise his defense has to be very good to make sure the enemy doesn't take too much of his base HP, and he can do some counter attack as well. Because if you forever try to defend but your base still taking some of damage, over time your base will go down, even though you kill a lot of enemy reserve, but you still lose the tournaments, because the tournament is all about how you remove the enemy base on this particular village land. So that is the main problems that they should really try to improve, and how to keep their base alive. Basically this kind of practice we can also try to think about when we try to build our CC, or we try to save our building village, and we might having this kind of situation a lot of time when the enemy try to come in and you have to defense and you try to remove them. Otherwise your building won't go to build, and forever just hold there. That's the problem. So this is about similar to real fight and real situations that we have. So improving your one-on-one skill definitely will help you to win this game over time, because you have to understand how you can win and overplay your enemy instead of do everything exactly the same same style or same skill, because that sometimes it works, sometimes might not, because the meta of the game is keep on changing. So now you can see Danya is being the offensive side. He always try to offense when he have a full troops. Even though Alexander having a full troops, he also not trying to do that. So he are being very defensive. If he continue to do that, his base can't really afford more than loss, So when he have some of the mistake, being use his archeries to attack too quick, that's why the base try to aim his archery instead of aiming his super heavy at all. So you really have to work out some of the timing to use your super heavy to tank, and let your super heavy tank most of the damage, and use your archeries to take off some of the enemy HP, but also not to let your archeries go down too quick. Now the enemy base is activated, definitely is not a good time to do the attack, but anyway he still do that. And now Danya do some defense. He definitely have to go back to retreat from Alexander. Then I will say this time defense Danya doing a very good job to chase back Alexander, and he can do a counter attack because his base is definitely activated. So both his troops inside the base can do a lot of damage like now, and then his archeries continue to kill the enemy base as well. So definitely he can trade more than what he should have. That's why you can see Alexander having 2 groups totally down, and then having 3 groups inside the base. But Tanya does not so worry about that. He continuously to siege, and I think this technique is very good for one-on-one. And my truck going back to my base that asking me to send for resources. So let me do that very quick. And just go back to the match. So both of them definitely doing some of the recovery and recruit back their troops to become a full troops. So but from this one-on-one, we can clearly see that Tanya's skill is a little bit better than Alexander, because the first thing is that Tanya can play a little bit aggressive, and he know how when to retreat and also when to attack. Now he is not the best time, even though his archery is dying, but he know he can siege some of the enemy base, and he also use archery to kill some of the enemy archeries, so that even though his archery is going down, but enemy also doesn't have archeries to do a counter attack, so that he are buying some time. But now Tanya dying just too much. His super heavy is totally wiped off already, so he have to wait for the super heavy a little bit longer time. Then he have two group of archeries going down, but Alexander having the same situation. He have two group of archeries going down as well, so both of them can't do any counter attack at all. But the problem now start is because Alexander base is on the yellow, and this Tanya is still about almost brand new base, and so even though the answer of this Alexander having some kind of a very good skill to overcome, he still can't fight 61 with a brand new base, even though it's not very strong. But 50 over billions definitely can help, so that this 61 is trying to show that he is the cheerleader team, so come to do some of the like round 2 or round 3. So please prepare, and not to forget he is one of the teammate as well, but he choose not to being unfair to fight some of the team that their member is not coming during this match. So I think Alexander doing very good to use his light tank to kill off the Tanya archeries. Tanya not using anything inside his base to support his archeries, then kill this light tank. I think that is a little bit misplay from just now. But he also asked his super heavy to be retreat. That is correct, because your archery is going down. You no need to let your super heavy to die for nothing. But Alexander, he also tried to use his best time to defend. But always defend, your base will going down like 2 to 3%, 2 to 3% over time. Your base will go down if it doesn't want to do anything at all. And you can see Tanya base still brand new, even though he doesn't have a lot of troops to defend now. And Alexander doesn't want to take this opportunity to do a counter attack. So I think both of them also try to save two group of the troop inside his base to be able having some defense. But sometimes your troop inside your base is like totally useless if you doesn't use them at all. So at some point, you really need to think about when to use them to do some pressure, instead of letting them stay in the base do forever sleeping. That is not helping at all. Otherwise, your base is activated, then you should let them stay inside the base to become very safe. Alexander now doing some counter attack. Let's see what he can do and how Tanya can defend this. So Alexander is not using even any archeries, so definitely Tanya is doing a very good job. You no need to react until any archeries showing up. So definitely Alexander doing a very I'm not sure to say very bad job, but it's not good things to do, because you want to win one-on-one. Definitely you do not want to activate your enemy base without a reason. Now if you activated enemy base, if enemy try to being very aggressive to put his super heavy out or even put his archeries out, definitely his base can kill anything try to aim the Tanya troops. And now the base is activated, instantly can kill this Alexander super heavy. So that is not a good time to do this double siege within when the enemy base is activated. When you activate it accidentally, you should really wait the enemy base to become deactivated. When your super heavy try to attack the deactivated base, definitely the deactivated base will take about 2 seconds before they will be activated. That is how you can gain more second and more advantage. If the base is activated and you try to attack during the activated time, the base instantly will react and try to counterattack anything you try to touch that base. That's why you always want to gain the advantage when the enemy base is deactivated instead of activated. But this one is based on one-on-one skill, so it's very easy to see both players that how they're doing, whether which one is good, which one is not the best, and they have room to improve definitely. But from the angle, I will say both of the fighter also not having the best angle to do B2B, because you can see this great problem. Let's see. Yeah, from this side you can move 1, 2, 3, 4. If there is 4 grid, definitely you can't do instant go in and go out things to siege the enemy base. So that if your base is on the left side or the right side, definitely you can do that. It's more safe for your super heavy to go in and go out, something like that. So I do another. Alright, so Alexander try to do another counter attack now. Hopefully he can use archeries, but he's not. Just try to activate the enemy base without reason. And 61 try to do a cheerleader as well, saying that this is round 4. He also not to interrupt and try to move away his super heavy. And then Tanya really do his backup, try to do some counter attack. Now his base activated and try to counter attack this Alexander. Someone jump in and maybe he tried to be the backup or not. I'm not really sure. So let's see what we have here. So we have to check both of the players trying to join the team, supposed to be under 150 million power to being qualified for any new member try to join the team. And then Alexander tried to do some counter attack during this Tanya defending, but Alexander just not do anything fast enough that he tried to retreat. I think this Wowo is really trying to join Team Matt now, because he really trying to go in. I think that is a good things to have another members. So let's check Wowo power to make sure it's 150. So he's about 52.2 million power. Wowo joined the team of Matt, and then Alexander is 65.2. So two of them join is not above more than 150. Definitely two of them is qualified for this team. So now the situation turn. I think 61 really have to come in, but if 61 come somehow put on the left side, I think Alexander will having a lot of pressure, because Alexander is the highest power people and he getting half of the HP down already. So Wowo should really do something if he want to join the team, but or maybe he want to look at those two fight their one-on-one until the end. But that will really make the decisions and the result the same, like this Alexander already having a lot of disadvantage. So if Wowo really want to join this team, he really have to start to work something now, so that they might turn around some of the fight from disadvantage become advantage. It's okay. But if Wowo really try to do something, then 61 have to really go in now instead of letting Tanya being 2-on-1 the situations. But the main problem you can see Alexander do a lot of siege but can't really bring down Tanya base, and now Tanya base getting some pressure from Wowo. That is really a problem. Definitely 61 they already used one airlift now, so it's considered one airlift down, but he also doing savage strategy to take down Wowo. So definitely Wowo can't do the things. So maybe 61 do a very gentleman's move again. He tried to fight with this Wowo one-on-one, and so that Tanya and Alexander can continue their one-on-one instead. That's why 61 tried to hold and store and also disturb this Wowo, just to make sure Wowo is not in the range. But Tanya also tried to do another thing, is helping his teammate 61 to siege down this Wowo. I think Tanya really take all his effort to help and knowing what is the best time to do what. Alexander tried to use a light tank to do some defense, but that is not very effective during Tanya base still activated. And now he's trying to do some attack, and Wowo can't do the follow-up because 61 tried to store this Wowo, so he can't do the teammate 2-on-1 to siege this Tanya. And you can see Tanya base is still very brand new, about 80% above HP, and Wowo base start to go down a little bit more, and 61 base is still a brand new base that have no scratch at all. So that 61 continuously put more pressure because he know Wowo having some of the troops down, so he know that his defense is very weak. But the main thing is that he try to buy more time for Tanya, and so that he can also continuously to do his one-on-one to this Alexander. So both Alexander and Wowo really have to work something out. Not sure how they can win now, but I think the best solution for this team Matt is that Alexander tried to put one of his archeries or somehow that put the team to help Wowo to siege down 61 first, because 61 is a little bit lower powers that might be easier to take down, and Tanya just a little bit too strong for them, 60 over millions power. So two of them should really work some of the plan to take down 61 first, and also do some of the defense to make sure Tanya can't interrupt them, so that this 61 thinking this sandwich strategy might work, but actually is considered cut off. If Team Matt, they know how to do the cut off now, just to cut off two of them, so they can't do the things that to make sure that sandwich is not working. But from the Team Farmer, since they're already doing this sandwich, I think the best is continuously doing what they are doing now. That is the best strategy and planning they already have. Tanya continuously to pressure Alexander not to let him pressure his teammate, and so that we will try to help Alexander, but 61 also continuously to disturb this Wowo. So Wowo can't do a lot of things if this Alexander go down, and Alexander actually is halfway going down. He having 50% HP now, you can see from the yellow line, and they can't even take about 20% from Tanya. That is unfortunately that I have to get some of my resources as well. Let's get back to the match. So I think this match is not about fairness or whatever, but it's the situations that when you sign up some of the tournaments and something happens, that is how we should adjust our strategy and how to adjust that your teammates and the time that during the tournament day. But as long as there is someone to help your team, I think that is very good as well, even though he might not be the best teammate because he just joined you somehow. But I think the main purpose of this tournament and this match is about fun, and also try to understanding how we can increase and also improve our gameplay and the skill of how we fight, because this is just a friendly tournament and friendly match, but we also take it very seriously, because in the end you will receive a real prize with some real money cash, so that they might also try to work it out. But if you learn something good today, so you might use that on the next day when you try to fight your enemy, because you're already working about the same situations, that when your enemy try to airdrop next to you, then what you should do, whether you want to defend and how you should defend, if you want to siege down your enemy, what you should do first and how to bring down your enemy. And these are real fight situations, so there is no like I will just head up and give you some of the free kill. That is not happening. When you're facing your enemy, definitely the enemy doesn't give you any of the free things as well. And of course, the enemy doesn't want to talk about fairness or not, because the enemy will try to attack you during your offline time, or during you try to move your base, or try to attack any time that you are unprepared and not even having your best setup. But if your teammate somehow doing some sandwich like this situation, then you can see this is very good siege. They coordinate, but you also seeing this 61 also doing very good job to continue to pressure Wowo, so they can't do a long siege to Tanya, but at least they both the team Matt bring down Tanya base another 10%. I think that's some of the achievement. Now Tanya try to coordinate with 61, try to bring down Wowo even more. And Alexander tried to use his light tank again, but his light tank just can't do a lot of things. He's using archery is the maximum range he can use, but also not able to do that. I think Wowo will lead into a deep problem if Alexander can't support now. Maybe Wowo will go down very, very quickly. But I think, yeah, that's his problem, because both of the 61 and Tanya still have their super heavy on the map. So definitely they will continuously to siege and try to make Wowo very, very down. Now it's more than 50% HP going down. Alexander just very, very unprepared and thinking he really have to pressure Tanya. So now he tried to use more than 2 groups and 3 groups to go about almost all in, just to make sure Tanya stop, so that Wowo can have some time to rest and breathe. And 61, this is the really key person, even though he tried to be very gentle, and his base is still brand new base, you can see. And he really did the best thing, that when Team Farmer Tanya, he really need the support, and this 61, he really know how to do it and how to make sure Tanya having his best support. Try to make sure the WoW can't interrupt Tanya and Team Farmer. I think they are doing very good formations and also teamworks. Now 61 and WoW try to do a one-on-one, and Tanya not very worried about it. Actually, he can really pressure some of the WoW base, but he also seeing this Alexander try to disturb him. But actually, Tanya base is activated. Definitely, he can do more than just sitting in the base. Now, finally, he try to do something to pressure WoW, and 61 try to do defense, and WoW have to stop. At least this Tanya really do some of the damage and try to make this WoW stop and also steal some of the WoW base HP. Now 61 try to do a coordination attack as well. So WoW make all his troops out is not a very good things to do. That's why I'm saying that on my new videos you should do 1-to-1 coming out and in, so that your base continuously to attack your enemy, because each time your troops going out to the base and get back to the base, all your troops and your officer will have some reset on their skill. That is not a very good things that you should have. You should really let your officer to stay inside your base. Let them use the officer skill as well. If you check the report, officer skill is play a very big part on the skill damage, and that is one of the success of the defense. That's why we really have to work it out, not to just always use all in or out things to make sure that your defense is not working well. Because sometimes you make sure all the troops going out, and then your troops start to die, and that will make your defense weak as well. But the problem now is that Tanya already have full troops and 61 have about half. That's why knowing that Tanya will be siege, WoW, they know WoW is even better to sandwich him down now. Alexander tried to do a help, and finally Tanya base is not activated. At least Tanya know that, and he tried to do some retreat, and 61 know that. They try to pressure WoW and try to do a retreat, and this Alexander just can't do anything to help because just a little bit too far away from this 61, and he also can't take down Tanya now. So I think Team Matt, they are already having some kind of a serious problem. If they can't get out of this situation now, this sandwich problem from this Team Farmer is really doing a very good job. So now they try to do a one-on-one things, but actually they are activated two of the opponent's base without a very good reason. So that Tanya already have an activated base, so Alexander continuously can't do a lot of defense, but he also try to pressure the enemy base now. Maybe it's working, maybe it's not, but 61 is doing also doing some of the one-on-one. So now you can see Alexander try to do something, but it's not much. At least 61, he base going down about 18%, but WoW is continuously going down with his base HP, and he can't really do 1-to-2 because his powers can't really handle that. But at least he do his best to defend, and 61 having two full group dying, that at least will stop the siege at this moment. Alexander also try to do his best, but he can't do more than that, and that is something Alexander really have to work a little bit more just to understand how to be a very defensive to help your teammate, instead of continuously activated this Tanya enemy base that he can't do the kill to make sure the enemy troops dying. So that we're also getting a very serious problem, getting this sandwich on the problem now. If they continuously sandwich WoW, he will going down another 3 to 5 minutes, because Tanya already having the full team already. 61 is also very prepared to do the assist, but now Tanya try to do some pressure to Alexander. I think he is also trying to play very smart. He's saying that we are trying to kill WoW first, but we also aim Alexander, so that WoW have to come out. Maybe if WoW try to assist Alexander, and Tanya can take the defense, and so that 61 can really try to attack WoW. So I think Tanya is playing a very smart strategy now. Now you can see he somehow provoked this Alexander, and both of them really try to activate Tanya base, and 61 really do the siege, and knowing that is the best time to do a support. So now you can see Tanya do a very good counter attack to make sure to reduce the enemy defense. Now you can see Alexander a little bit too far away to let his super heavy die without any other trees to siege. and so that his super heavy style is not worth. And now they know it's very good time to kill this Wowo, because Alexander going down, Wowo alone can't do 1 to 2, and you can see Tanya doesn't use all his troops. He still have some base activated to do some auto attack, and Wowo try to defend, but definitely it's not enough because 2 to 1 is very heavy, and he's also doing some of the go in and go out. You can see his super heavy even having waste about 3 seconds or 4 seconds just to move in out and reset the super heavy's officer skill as well. And that is why we should not do that and try to delay your own defense and let your enemies having even better benefits to gain, because that is your mistake. Then this 61, knowing that it's only like 5% or 10% left on this Wowo, he really do an all-in to kill, and Tanya know that he really put his super heavy to support because his archery is going down just now just to do the siege. So Team Farmer, they have a lot of troops going down, but they trade off Wowo base down to like 5%. Now they try to use a bomber to finish the job. Maybe they can, maybe they can't, but actually this is a very huge pressure, because even though you think that the bomber can't kill your base, but you know, pressure is always there. So they are using this bomber to make some pressure, and then 61 and Tanya, both of them also try to recruit back the full troops. Wowo, definitely he still have his troop, and Alexander try to help, but that is not enough, because one more push, Wowo base will be going down, and Alexander, he will be alone fighting too. But definitely Wowo still have 2 airlift to come back in, but his base is just a little bit too low to do anything at all. And you can see Team Farmer, their base still as good as well. Like 61, he still have more than 90% of his base HP, and Tanya he still have more than 70% of his HP. So if continuously do the one-on-one with Tanya versus Alexander, definitely no problem. I think 61 still can sit out from this war, because Tanya definitely have this no problem. So that I think 61 will focus on take down Wowo, and Tanya will continuously to pressure Alexander for these purposes. And then I think the win rate of this Team Farmer versus Team Matt, I think Team Farmer having about 75 to 85% win rate by now, or maybe more than that actually. But the key point is still back to Alexander. If he can do a very good job at this moment, basically they can still change the outcome of this match. But I don't see that happening anytime now. That is one of the problems, because Alexander should really do more than that, because he is the point to support his teammate, because his team is a little bit too weak and he is the strongest one. If he can't do a big changes and big change to this match, then definitely they can't win this match. And now he have a troop, but Tanya do the match and do the step first. That is very aggressive, and they know that they can take down Wowo, and Tanya doesn't want to do that yet. I think they really try to do something here. I would say maybe not. Maybe this Tanya is trying to use his super heavy to try to play some aggressive, but definitely he tried to wait for his archeries to recruit back, and so the enemy will continuously feel the pressure that how to defend their base. Definitely Tanya not going to do the siege. He's also waiting for his teammate to have full troops. But I think 61 is also think that they are time to do the siege, maybe or maybe not, but definitely they need some time to have their full troops. And so that Wowo and Alexander, even though they have full troops already, they can't do the counter attack. That is one of the problem, because Tanya continuously puts some pressure, and so that Alexander and Wowo can't do the counter attack to kill the enemy base. Instead of continuously focus on the Tanya super heavy, that is not the winning ticket as well. So now Alexander try to do the siege to kill Tanya, but definitely if Wowo go out now, 61 will take down his base, and Tanya definitely can do the defense. Don't worry, can see 61 already do the things. Even though Wowo try to defend, but definitely Wowo base will go down at any time now. Tanya really should do the assist. Now at least he use one of the archeries, no problem. At least any assist is good as well. So Wowo already go down, definitely go back to their base is a good choice, not to waste any more troops to die for nothing. So now I think the situation may be go to 1-on-1, but no, 61 try to do the 2-on-1 as well. So let's see whether he move forward or he try to stay out. Yes, he's moved forward, so the match will become 2-1. So really have to see how Wowo to jump in to do some benefit. And Tanya really move his super heavy to his teammate, try to assist if anything happen. That is very good as well. Now you see that his teammate are having base set up already, so he doesn't really worry too much. At least do the assist to make sure his teammate are having a good positions. Now it's another sandwich about Team Farmer to sandwich Alexander alone. So I think this situation is very bad for Team Matt. We will have to do some adjustment to come back in, maybe or maybe not, but I don't think we can do more than that. So maybe Wowo can jump around here so that he can support Alexander and also not too close to Tanya, and so that Alexander have to really take the pressure on 2-1. At least Wowo can on the left side, he can support Alexander, and he also try to pressure this Tanya so they can finish the job first. If Wowo jump on the top, definitely he will die because 61 just too much HP for him to take. So if Wowo have to jump, he have to jump on the left side so that we have Wowo down. He have 2 Elif already still. Alexander still have 2 Elif, and then this Tanya still have 2 Elif, but 61 is 1 Elif down. So this is the current situation. And you can see they try to do a sandwich synergy, but not doing the real siege. Even though Tanya have full troops, but 61 is not ready. So I think Tanya just wait a little bit more. Also worry about that Wowo might jump in during that doing the attack. So Alexander try to do some pressure to this 61, but he's not using any archery. Definitely he's super heavy dying for no reason, but now he's trying to use the full troops to pressure 61. So I think Tanya might have to do something now. No, he should try to send out the resources truck, but as somehow one more guy jump in from Team Matt. I think that is maybe against the rules, because definitely there are more than 150 powers that I'm not sure how I can say this, but that's why we have a lot of technician problem when you're doing some kind of custom match. Okay, let's put this stay out. So even though this is the Team Matt old teammates, but Wowo already take his base, and Team Farmer already take the effort to take down Wowo. So it's not fair to take down another base that is totally 100% base. It's not fair to Team Farmer, because you can see Alexander is already 63.9 billion power, and then this guy is about 57 billion power, and Wowo is about 50 over million power. Definitely 3 of them combined is more than 150 million power. But in 61 thinking he can take this challenge, so he want to take the challenge as well. He try to take out this guy as well. So I'm not sure if that is correct things or not, but definitely it's not fair to Team Farmer, because they are definitely lower than 150 million powers. And even though they try to do a very gentleman's move from this 61, not going to have a 2-1 to kill Alexander from the start, but now everything's just turned out a little bit I'm not sure how I can say this correctly in the words, but I think technically there's a lot of technician problems in this custom match, because everyone just try to do the things correctly, but every match we're seeing some of the problem of the technician problem. But as long we know that the main fight now is about Tanya versus this Alexander, should really make it clear. I think 61 can't see the tag, so he doesn't know this guys actually have to stay out. But now Tanya back to one-on-one on this Alexander. So Alexander really do a little bit more all in now instead of on the old time, but he still can't do a lot of damage, and Tanya base is still standing very strong, more than about 60% HP. So 61 at least stand here, he's not trying to kill Alexander, but now he try to do that now. So maybe Tanya have to do a little bit support. Yes, that is very good teammate synchronizations. So your teammates super heavy will go down, but at least you're having 3 actually groups to do for one super heavy. So you can see bring down Alexander base about maybe 30%, just about one attack that synchronized from 2 of them. I think that is very good teamwork, because you make the move and take the action exactly the best moments that you should do, and Alexander can't do anything to stop the enemy at that particular time. and even though he killed the enemy super heavy, but the archery is not down, so he can't do counter attack. I think definitely Team Matt is a little bit too hard to come back now. I think Wu also not trying to come back now at any time, so I think he also wastes about 2 airlift that Team Matt should end either, maybe not, because we are not knowing what is happening. So that that's problem of this Team Matt having a lot of problem, but Team Farmer, even though they're also doing a very good job to show the match that they're trying to fight, and also show how they can work it out with a teammate and teamwork as well. And even though not going to do that, but they also try to show us they are very okay to do a one-on-one, and Tanya to fight this Alexander one-on-one, and they still have a upper hand. So when 61 come in, I think Tanya stand very strong, because both of them very synchronized, a very good timing, and do the best output of the damage. I think that is good things that they're working very well from this Team Farmer. So they are not only doing the things like the Neem, they're not only farming, but they also know how to fight and how to do the coordinations and kill the enemy in the real fight. Now Alexander tried to do some defense to kill Tanya troops, but 61 and Tanya know that kill the base is the main goal, and that's how they continuously take down, and Tanya doesn't want to retreat at all. He buy more time for his teammate to take down this guy, and now Alexander have to go down, maybe not, so it's just like a few 0% of the base. The base is still not going down. That's unfortunately for Team Farmer, that is not finishing the job. So Alexander know that his base will go down, so he really have to go all in now, otherwise his base go down for nothing. And the use of the Farmer and also some of the super heavy finally they did that, and now they do a retreat just to do a full support. So we will have to count 1 minute from the time to make sure teammate will come in within 1 minute, otherwise that team will go down and consider defeated. So that let's do a little bit zoom out, and we still can see the name on the commander, and make sure that I won't miss anything, because the other team is on XYT2, they can't see the tag basically. So I'm not sure how to do this. I think about 30 seconds, so let's do this 30 seconds. Team Matt, I think now it's less than 30 seconds, so let's just put 20 seconds. Yeah, it's less than 20 seconds. So if Team Matt not getting back in 20 seconds, then they're considered lost. So another 10 seconds. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Alright, so I think the timer is already done. I don't think Team Matt they want to go back in anytime now. So I will say to Team Farmer, they should be the winner of this match. So let's put the Team Farmer win. And so that I think I need to use one more tag. I'm not sure which tag I can use. I think I use the star. Alright, let's do that. Star. Next team is ready. Please. Alright, so we see some of the elf back. So Alexander tried to come back to the match. I think he really missed the time on 1 minute, but I think he still can do the things, because Tanya and 61 should take him down, no worry, because this is about 20% HP base because of the base assist. I think Alexander also tried to do his best to coming back in as soon as possible. Alright, so let's do this as soon as possible. So Tanya and 61, they know they are winning as long they just do one big push, but 61 try to retreat, and Tanya still take the damage now, so they have to coordinate a little bit further. So that is the situation now. So Alexander tried to use his light tank to do more damage to make sure the Tanya archery is not going to be a disturb, but somehow activated the base, and that is for 61. I think Tanya doing a very good job to stay out of the range, so the Alexander can't do the damage within the base range, and 61 also try to do the best to support. Now they can kill this Alexander light tank. So I think Alexander is down 1 airlift, and I think the 60-second is because he can't get back when the game may be stuck or something. But at least he have one teammate try to help, but that teammate also not coming back. So let's give a little bit heads up for this team Matt, so that he can continuously to try to do his best. But 1 to 2 is a little bit too hard for Alexander as well, and his base is just a little bit too low, and that won't change any situation because Alexander is more on the defense. If he continuously to play this defense style, definitely he can't win at all, because winning is all about how you can kill the enemy base. So now Tanya and 61 really wait for the full team and do the things. Alright, so they finally do this last push. You can see 61 they already do the push, and Tanya also coordinating to do the push as well. And Alexander base finally go back to 20%. Now they do the final push, so hopefully they can take down the base with enough damage. But the other three just go down too quickly from this Alexander defense, so that we have to wait a little bit longer for those both sides to have their troops to train back. But at least they take about 10% maybe or 8% of Alexander. So Alexander try to be very aggressive now, try to take down 61. Tanya also try to stay with his super heavy, but no, he have to retreat a little bit more. But 61 do a very good job to defend that. Alexander have to stop his siege. So Alexander continuously to do the aggressive play, but 61 exactly no worry about him. He really know how to defend, even though he not as strong as Alexander, but at least you know how to defend. You can just stop the enemy to continuously to put pressure to your base, and what you can do is that wait for your teammates to recover and do more things to come back. You can see Alexander just going in and out just like that. It's not really pushing any pressure to this 61. I think he really have to work that better to kill the enemy, because his power is 60 over millions. Definitely he can do more than that. Like Tanya, he really can kill the enemy. But alright, so Tanya know that he have to move it out to help 61 to clear this game as soon as possible. So I think that is also good move, because once he go up become a B2B, it's more easier for Tanya to take down Alexander. So I think Alexander still have one lilith left if he still consider to come back on this match. And you can see the next contestant on the next match, they are start to going in and try to prepare. I think that is good, that to speed up what we have. So Alexander try to move now. So I'm not sure he had considered to have a surrender or not. Maybe or maybe not, because the match definitely is considered done. Alright, so now he's trying to move out, and he know that the team actually decided is already finished on this match. So I think alright, so we can finally congratulations to Team Farmer on the first match on today, day 2, and the tournament of 3 versus 3, sponsored by GodxKillah. Finally, Team Farmer win the first match, and we will have a second match. So let me take a look about who is our second match. So if I'm not mistaken, I will just put the name here. Supposed to be Team Demon versus Last Minute. Alright, so I need to make my screen so that I can go to the XYT2 there and also put the tag, and also let our member to come back here, and also prepare for our contestant to go to XYT2 to prepare the second match. So I will also try to put this Team Farmer versus Team Matt. Team Farmer win first match. So let's do that. Alright, so that's the current result, and let me try to do some adjustment. So let's try to put one tag here. Let's see which tag is unused. Alright, so let's put this one here and say that team farmer win. So definitely they have to be notified. Team farmer win. Then I will just change the name to the next match. Demon versus last minute, and let's put the time on start with. Alright, so I can't put the time here because it's a little bit too long, so I have to use another tag. So let's check what tag I can use. Definitely I can use the defense tag. No, the defense tag is on use. Build tag. Retreat tag also use. What tag is actually not used? Let's take a look. Love also used. I think the attack tag is not used, so let's put the attack tag on start about 7:50. Alright, so I think that is about 10 minutes from now. So let me swap back to the XYT, and so that I can see which team to come to join this XYT2, and then the other team stay on XYT1. We have about 10 minutes from the first match and going down to the second match, and both team is very ready and prepared because everyone is watching the match and they really want to go down and start their match.
You told me this would be rock and roll. Is the world after the war gonna be so exciting? May I say something?
Attention to detail means everything.
Alright, so we are back to the next match, and we're going to try to we're trying to make this second match to be started as soon as possible. So the next team will be let's look at the chart again. Next team will be Team Demon versus Team Last Minute, and both teams, they should have 3 members as well. So let's put another tag. So the starting time on this match is UTC 18:00 start. So now let's do a little bit introductions on both team. Let them wait for their base to set up so I can see their power as well. So let's do the Team Demons first. Team Demon, we have this Senzo 68. I think I call him 68 from last match. So he have 45.2 million power, and we have Condense 54, and then I call him 54, and then his power is 59.3 million power. And we have Mr. Demon. He's not setting up his base yet, so let's go to the alliance to check his power as well. So Mr. Demon, he's already on 50.3 million power. So 3 of them is on Team Demons. And now that we have Team Last Minute, we have this Gemport. I think I'm not sure how to pronounce. Maybe it's a shortcut. So he have 49.1 million power currently, and we have Team Last Minute, Odetta, and he only having 44 million power. And we have this Hazy. I I can't see his power yet. So let's wait for his base to set up. So the time is starting from now is about another 5 minutes. Hopefully both teams having their setup and their positions, and so that when the match starts, they can have some headers up and try to do some of the benefit as well. Okay, I think I pressed something wrong. Let's get back to the so this tag is no longer needed because 3 of them already swapped to XYT-2, and the other side we have XYT-1. XYT-1 we have team demons, and XYT-2 we have team last minute. So both of them is going to be the second match of today, and let's take a chart look. They are fight on the right side and the third team fight. So they will be fighting now and see who will be the winner of this match. Right, so we still have another 4 minutes before we start the match, and Mr. Demon still not setting up his base. I think he definitely tried to move his base, and team last minute also try to set up. I think they go a little bit further to have some defensive. Yeah, now you can see they try to move behind, and so that they were having some kind of this guy in the mountain or some narrow lands that begin their advantage to have some defense. I think that is quite smart to do that as well, but I don't know whether that is allowed or not, because since we already changed some of the rules of the map, that we try to make the map a little bit smaller, and so that match can be faster as well. So now Mr. Demon set up his base, and team last minute they really stay behind this mountain and try to make a little bit harder for team demons to advance and try to move to their side. Yeah, something is not right with the graphics just now. So finally everything is back to normal. I believe that.
I don't like to talk crap. As I said, shells don't have eyes.
So from the match start, we still have about 3 minutes, 2 minutes something. So hopefully 2 teams are getting ready, and this is the second match from these 3 versus 3 tournaments sponsored by Killah. And we have the second match today, team last minute versus team demons. So now they are doing their best to having their positions to set up, so they might have some of the advantage or not. But I don't think from the start you try to use airlift is wise, because that might be not good things. Otherwise you are very confident that you will use the airlift and being a very good positions. Otherwise just waste one of your airlift chances, because we are limited just only 2 airlift that you can use for the matches that you have. And so that you have to really conserve about how you use your airlift and not to waste them, because one of the airlift is very changing on the match when you jump exactly the moments that you need to use the airlift. So from the match start, we still have 1 minute or less than 1 minute. So definitely the match will start, but the map a little bit bigger from the previous one. So we have to zoom and move around just to look at those 2 teams and see what they try to do. So the match will start very soon, anytime now. Note that changed the tag to have another 5 minutes to start. I do not know what is that mean, because let's see who changed that tag. So Killah changed that tag. Alright, so I think he really is getting back to his organizations and organized positions to make sure everything is working. Alright, so finally team demons having some problem with the power grid that limited them. They are above the 150 mark, so they should really remove that and just adjust about 3 million power to make it below 150 million power. That we should really check on that. So that we have another additional 5 minutes to make sure that both team is below 150 million power. Basically, I didn't check what they are add up, but I think Killah really want to make the fair factor, so he really want to make everything's perfectly. So on the other team last minute, I checked. I think they are quite good. Definitely below 150 millions because not 3 of them above 50 millions power. So no worry, they are really under 150 millions power. So this team demon, they have to work out their power. So let me do the calculation as well. This one is 49.1 millions power, and this guy is about 59.3 powers, and this guy is on 42.8 millions power. So definitely it's 151.2 millions power. So they really have to work it out to make it lower a little bit more. So let's look at my history of the calculation. Just to make sure they are lowering their power anytime now, because the match is really have to start. I thought they were really prepared, but definitely something not right, so that they have to work it out a little bit more just to make sure they are below the requirement power to fight. So I just check some of the message just to make sure everything's working fine. Right, so I'm still not getting the things back.
You told me this would be rock and roll. Is the world after the war gonna be so exciting? They are not fighters.
So the match will start in another 2 minutes, but I don't think they are lowering their power anytime now. So they're still above the limit of the 150 millions power. That is not fair to the other team, because the other team really try to work it out and try to stay below 150 millions power. So that they really have to work something out just to make the fair factors to be having for both teams. And at this moment, definitely I try to check the message as well. We have a lot of technician problem, I'll say. So we still have 1 minute before the match start, but Team Demon, they still not getting that. Alright, so maybe we have someone get down the power. This guy. Alright, so let's do one more time to calculate whether they are inside the range or not. This guy is about 40.8 million power, plus this guy 59.3 million power, and plus demons on 49.1 million power. Now they are inside the 150 million power, so that is good to go. So the match will start within 1 minute. Now the match is started, so everything is good. It start. Alright, so the match started and both teams just take about 1 minute or 2 minutes just to know what is happening. Some of them start to send their resources truck to go in mining some of the resources, and both teams is not moving anything at all. You can see they still consider to send their resources truck in and out. So maybe they try to work it out some of the synergy or some of the patience and teamwork, how they can advance and try to go for it, or maybe both team thinking the other side have to come to them and try to come over. So team last minute they have to move up a little bit well, otherwise the match is not start maybe. So now 3 of them start to move now to move inside the map, and team demon they are just standing there very strong, not doing anything at all. So if they are not going to move, I think their patience will be something very interesting to have a read, but I'm not getting that yet because we have to wait for this team last minute to set up their base to see how they're going to fight. And at the middle we have one bunker. This bunker might be something, and we have another bunker on the side as well. So both bunker might play a little bit big when you know how to use them, but I don't think anyone know how to make the bunker become a very big effective to those who war. Definitely bunkers doing something good if you know how to use them. But if you try to use now, definitely the bunker will go down and not take the best effective, I would say. So team last minute they try to advance a little bit more, go up. So team demons they try to stand very strong, not moving anything at all. So finally both teams will meet up and head to it to fight, and you can see some of the fighter running around. So this 45 start to move, but definitely his space is a little bit too far away, so can't do the siege. With B2B definitely have to move a little bit more. No, now they can try to start the fight with this Odetta, and 54 they try to fight, and then another 2 teammates from team last minute also arrive. So definitely this match will start. Now you can see 54 having some problem with his super heavy going down, and then his archery is also going down, and Mr. Demon is not doing anything at all, and 68 is just too far away, not doing anything supports. But definitely they bring down this Odetta. He's about 8% HP of his their base, so I think it's still okay for the trade, but not the best thing. But team last minute they really do a huge push. You can see they're very aggressive with all the troops on the map and try to start kill this Mr. Demon. Then he not doing anything at all. Now he is very idle or AFK maybe. When the match started you really have to do something. 54 we in a very deep trouble now because he doesn't have any defense in the base. So if no one tries to support him now, so he might go down very quickly. I think this demon he have to do something at now this moment, otherwise 54 now you can see base going down very quick. So that team last minute doing very good coordinations to have 3-1 siege, and these are 68 on the behind try to do his best to support, but his archeries can't do a lot of things, and 54 also tries best to defend, but he just doesn't have any defense troops to do the defense. But at least after the trade you can see this 54 down about more than 20% HP down, and 68 really do some support with his heavy tank. But the main problem is that team demon, the demon doesn't do anything at all, even though his base is standing there blocking, but he doesn't do anything at all to consider anything a benefit to the team. But this bunker might blocking the team last minute, so if this Odetta can move the base a little bit on the top side, so he might beat some of the teammate on the other side. But I think they are still doing some of the swamp tactician. So you can see 54 try to put some pressure again, just to make sure not to let anyone set up their siege team to nearby his base, because his base is going down almost very quickly at this moment. But I think everything's good as long they know how to defend correctly. So the main problem and all the attention will be drawn on this Mr. Demon, because if he doesn't want to do anything at all at this fight, they might cross the team demon to lose, because he is blocking one of the very strategic location now. Now he's trying to move and try to attack this hazy, but I think it's not enough. You can see Hazy base is not going down any HP yet, maybe 1% or 2%, but this demon is still continue to do the siege very strongly, and 68 do the support but not doing anything too much. Now they might try to activate the bunker. No, they're not. They just try to go in and attack the other trees, and then somehow Hazy that base to counter attack. And for this, 54 also try to use his base, but this 68 a little bit too far away and not even do his full potential. So demons try to do his attack again, but very good. This Hazy try to stop demons, and now they try to use the bunker already. But you can see the bunker is almost down, but all the Raven coming out, and then Odetta fighter is fighting with the Raven's fighter. Finally, he retreat that, so that the bunker having some of the effective. And this 54, he having his archeries dying for no reason. He take out the bunker now. I think the bunker is good for them because the bunker is set middle of the team last minute. If the team demon know how to use the bunker, definitely can kill all those team last minute when they try to do the swamp just now. But now this 54 take out that bunker, and so that they can use the bunker for their own advantage. And Odetta also take a very good moments when the team last demons try to clear all those Raven for no reason, and Odetta try to kill this 54 archeries on that time. So I think Odetta and also team last minute, they know what they do. Now they even try to adjust their base. That's why I say that definitely they can adjust that. And Hazy move his move his light tank out. That is good because now they are trying to support the team to let them move a little bit more. So this Jeprod also tried to move his base again, but he just put back exactly the same old locations. I think this Hazy have to move a little bit on the right side so that this guy can fit in a little bit more. Otherwise, we are being some like 3-on-3 situation, but it's definitely 1-to-1 on the top and 1-to-1 on the bottom side, and both middle is considered as a full support. And you can see the fighter is flying on the middle, so that just prevents some of the farmer to come in. So Hazy continuously getting sieged by demon, but you can see Jeprod also try to do the support is better. Than you can see team demon is not on the winning side because for the 54 having his base down about 30% at this moment, and this Hazy base is activated, also do some counter attack. And Odetta also take this very best moment to do a counter attack for his teammate to stop those team demons to put pressure. And Hazy really know how to use his base for his advantage. Now he try to be very aggressive with his heavy tank. So I think he really doing a very good job. But I saw that he using this Percy on his heavy, but he have a super heavy and heavy. But this is a Jeprod is not doing anything at this moment. Maybe they have to do some joint attack to kill 54 or demons. Now they try to kill demons so that hopefully Odetta can do the coordination as well. You can see demons, they're getting a lot of pressure. 68 from behind use his heavy to come in to help Pony, and he also have one more things on the top is the super heavy. That is not enough because 68 is very safe. He should really use all his troops to come out and do some support, but no, demons getting a little bit too many pressure now. And then two of his teammates try to support, but it's not enough. You can see the troop is going down very quickly from both sides, but you can see the winning side might be the demon side, but definitely the demon side losing more HP from their base. So if the second round continues like this, even though the team last minute losing more troops, but definitely they achieve what they should achieve is killing the enemy base. That is what they should do. You can see Odetta also tried to do very good job to stop this 54 to help the demon side. So 54 really stuck on his own side, even though Odetta is dying something, but actually this 54 died more than the Odetta. And Jeprod also doing very good coordinations with Hazy, so they can bring down demon base like 40%. That is a huge win, even though they lost a lot of things, but you can see definitely they're not losing too many, I would say, because demon they lose more than what the other team on team last minute. So I think last minute they are doing very good coordinations and teamwork to make sure that Odetta to stop 54. and also 68 is not doing a full support just now, and Demon, he can't defend on his own, and then he are very deep troubles. Now Odetta try to put some pressure to the 54, but he know that he can't do that alone, so that's why he wait for his teammate to have some more support to come in. Now Dreadport try to put his super heavy, and they will have to coordinate to attack, and Demon try to play a little bit aggressive now, try to use his archeries to kill for some fish attack. 86 finally put his archeries out and try to do something support as well, but no, Odetta try to move his base again because he know that location is very important for his teammate to move a little bit further. No, he set up exactly the same thing, just make sure that he have no option because this small house is blocking, so he can't move any further. I think this location is a little bit not too good because we have some this particular tiles is blocking as well, so they can't set up the base even further, and they have this tile as well to stop. Now they try to be recruit back the full troops to fight, but I think Demons having 3 groups of troops, and then 54 having about 4 groups now, and 68, I'm not sure how many groups, I can't see that. So now they coordinate to do another attack, or they just try to do a cut off. But I think this time is doing very good job from 54 and 68. They try to do a support defense on helping Demons, and Demons will try to do a support defense to help his own self. And then you can see 68 try to activate this bunker. I think this is very smart. That's why I say that the bunker, if you use exactly the correct moment, will be benefit to your team. That's why you have to activate them exactly the moments that you need them. And Demons try to do a counter attack now. Not sure that whether that is a good choice or not, but Odetta try to do a support. Dreadport really have to do support as well, but they are not react at the moment. 54 try to stop Odetta, but Dreadport try to support now. And Hazy, he is not in the deep trouble because his space only down about 10%, but Demons down about 40% more than that. And you can see that the bunker doing a huge problem to stop Demon, because sometimes the bunker might help you, sometimes the bunker might kill you as well. So Odetta a little bit too far away, and then 54 try to put some pressure to the Odetta base, and so that he have to go back. But you can see Hazy base is doing a huge problem to stop Demon, and Odetta base also try to do the defense to stop 54 to put more pressure. Even though he know that there's pressure, he uses super heavy to go out to kill some of the archeries, and all his troops still stay back. But Dreadport is do very good support now to stop the enemy to kill his teammate, and 68 is not doing anything now at this moment, and Demons can't do the following up because of this. Some kind of the bunker Raven is still on the field, is stopping 2 of them to support the 54 to do a coordinations to kill Odetta. But I think this is very good job from 54 because he can bring the Odetta base about 30% or 28%, something like that. So Hazy really have to train back all his troops now, and 54 try to train back his troops. So it's like 3 full troops and 4 full troops, and then we have a team last minute. I think 3 of them should have 5 full troops for this war. And 68, I think he really have to do more than that. Instead of just sending his truck for the resources, he should really send his other trees or his super heavy to be nearby just to assist his team, or try to do a coordinations to synchronize the siege to kill the enemy. Now you can see Demon try to build the 4th group of the troops. Maybe he tried to swap his troops at exactly that time. I'm not really sure. But I think they should really know what they should fight. That's why they have to do the the setup exactly the same that moments that they need. But if you're looking at those power, you will see some of them the power is lower, and some of them the power is going the higher. That's not sure whether they will exceed the 150 million power again, because I just saved their power on the last one just to make sure they are not going to exceed that. I think this 54, the top power is about 59.3. Demon, I think he is on 49.1, and this 68 is on 40.8 billion power. So as long as they are not exceeded their own powers on the chart, I think that's supposed to be okay. So that I can see the voice continuously. Odetta really doing a very good job, very aggressive. 54 might be the lead of this team Demons. He always do the things to lead. And Demons is very focused to kill what on his next door Hazy, but he only do about maybe 8 to 10% damage only. That is not impressive because his base is down more than 40% already. 68, you really need to put more pressure. You're only having one heavy on the field is not really enough. He should really put more than that because his base is very safe from behind. I don't think the enemy will just waste one airlift just to stand behind to you. Then you can put your troops back to defend. That is not a wise choice. So you should really do more aggressive to help your teammate instead of become very defensive that have nothing to defense on the behind side, so that your teammate is almost like fighting alone or fighting like 1-2 or 1-3 at that situations. Like Demon now try to do aggressive, but can see Hazy is doing a very good support to stop Demon, and so that Jaipot also try to do a very good job to kill Demons, and Onita also try to do the very good job to store this 54, not to let them join up. So now that the match is something like become 1-1 and 2-1 on the bottom side, even though 68 try to do a support, but he only have one heavy tank here is definitely not enough and can't do a lot. But Hazy, he got his super heavy trying to kill, but you can see Jaipot do a lot more damage to kill Demon super heavy. So when Demon doesn't have his super heavy, can't do the siege, and Jaipot still have his super heavy. On the top side, that Odeta is really into some trouble, but he defended that, and so that 54 also having some of the problem with his troops die, and Jaipot continuously to help on the bottom side and also to help the top side. I think he know that he not only focus on the top bottom side. That's why his super heavy stop there is not going to do the siege, because he want to help his friend on the top side with Odeta. So now 54 have a deep problem because his defense is almost down all of them, and Odeta is almost up on all his troops, so he can do a pressure. Now they know this is the best time because 54 is really down, and somehow that also try to do some support, but definitely Jaipot's not worried about that, and Hazy and Jaipot also try to do a coordination to take down Demon. I think that is very good things. But if Jaipot these other trees can move one grade down, that is the best one, because this is a range of this for 54, and this Odeta really have to do more than just worry about, because they have full troops, really have to pressure this 54. Finally 54 have no more defense, but this Odeta doesn't do anything. I think that is a worst thing to do now, and watch your teammates die. But Hazy and Jaipot really have to do more than that. Like this Jaipot is just standing there, actually is not doing anything at all, so that definitely it's become one-on-one situations. But this Jaipot also tried to kill 54, and this Odeta is not really doing anything. 68 continuously just use one heavy troops that to try to activate the bunker again. I think that is also worst support, that you have a lot of things inside your base doesn't want to use to think about to sacrifice for the team. I think that is not very good. So 54, I think he really having some pressure. He tried to kill the enemy, also try to support the team. And 68 on the bottom, I mean on the behind side, also not doing a very good job. He's just only using one heavy and moving here and there and around, even though I saw he have a archeries, and he also have a super heavy that he doesn't really use that to help the team to do the siege. Now Odeta try to do the siege because he have a full groups, but 54 also already recruit some of the team already, and he very worried about the red line. Definitely the red line is very weak. If he know the team or enemy is very weak, you should really go for it to trade off your enemy base. Now 68 try to use more than one heavy team, his troops that to fight. He even use the archeries to go out now, but definitely that is a little bit too late to do that kind of the backup. Demon definitely can't do a lot because he himself having a huge trouble, and Hazy is really waiting for the best moment when Demon try to help 54 so he can do a kill. You can see Jaipot doing very good job as a support compared to 68, even though his archery is going down, but definitely he know if worth it. Is really worth to do that to help your teammate and try to do the win. And now after the trade, you can see Hazy only down about maybe 10%, the max that he lost, but Demon lost that is very much. He lost about 60% of the HP, just standing about 40% at the moment. And Odeta, he's only lost about 30%, but the enemy side 54 also lost about 30%, so it's very even. But on the trade side, you can see Demon's almost down. So if they take down one guy, so that there is a huge achievement and become 3-2 situation, and 68, he really have to do something now. Maybe they can swap the positions from Demons and these are 68, so that 68 can try to use his space to cover and Demon become the support, so he can do more than that. Instead of 68 try to be very defensive, but it doesn't do the support very well. Now he's continuously to use one troop instead, and later use this archeries to do some skill charge. I think it's very good. If he know to use this skill to kill this 68, will be huge play. Let's see whether he will do that or not. And Hazy, he really know how to do a support. He used his light tank to help his friend. So now this Audita really use the things that likely is not too far, and he also land the skill and also take his archeries to go back and Jackpot really do his support as well. So somehow this light tank activated the enemy base that almost killed his team, but luckily he landed the skill again, and before his archery got killed. I think Audita playing very good job and very nice, and the perfect moment you can land your skill and you also get your other trees back to your base, not getting killed. So you can see he do the siege to charge, skill charge already to this 54 and not in the range to let 54 to kill his troop. And Jackpot continuously to do very good supports to make sure the pressure is on and helping your teammate, and Hazy try to make more pressure as well. 54 definitely he send out his super heavy to here is definitely the mistake, because your super heavy can't achieve anything, but your super heavy die for nothing, because you need your super heavy to do a siege to kill your opponents on the Audita, but he didn't did that, and now his super heavy down and he have an archeries out, but definitely Jackpot and Audita really ready to kill his teammate. So that we can see Demons also try to help, but he can't, so all his troops down, only got one group defending. I don't think that is very good enough. Finally 68, he tried to have more than support just one heavy. He tried to use archeries and heavy as well, but you can see the team last minute they coordinate a very big siege to this Demon. I think this Demon will going down this time, anytime at now, so that team Demons they really have to do a support and to stop it, but they can't. 68 going to a retreat and 54 can't do anything at all. I think this team last minute do a very good coordinations. They try to do a withdraw and attack again just to make sure to bring down Demon base, but Demon base is having a huge pressure now, down another 20% HP, left 20% at these moments, so that this 68 also try to do a damage, but it's not enough because his archery is very low, and he continuously use this heavy that is not enough. Now Demon base down more than 10% and only less than 10% that standing on the ground. You can see Audita and team last minute they still continuously to pressure this Demon, and 54 and 68 they can't do anything to stop the enemy to kill Demon. I think Demon really have to do something now, though he can't. And 54 at this moment he moved his base. That is impressive, that I'm not sure why he want to do that, and instantly Demon try to move out. I think 54 he tried to relocate his base so that he will do the gate barrier to just make sure that the enemy can't advance to kill the behind. So 68 also try to move his base to fill a gap maybe, so that they maybe swap about 2 and the Demon stand up behind. But definitely your enemy team they also can do that to jump to behind you, but no, 68 just to stay back exactly the same position he have. Jackpot try to put his archeries out to make sure to say that enemy you can't move any further. You can see that even do a swap that you try to kill one further, but my teammates have my back and try to cover up. I think Hazy and Jackpot doing very good job to cover each other, but Audita also doing a very good job to make sure that his own enemy under very huge pressure that he can't do support at the time, but he also continuously to attack the enemy. I think now if they can coordinate a very big attack is good, but you can see Hazy is not on the full troops that they can coordinate that. But Audita really he have a full troops, he really should do more than that to kill this 54 at this moment. But maybe yes, maybe no. I think this part of their strategy to make sure that they have a full attack powers to go in again. But definitely 54 have a weak defense now. If this Audita can do something more just now, he can take down this 54 another 30% of the HP, no problem, but he just very worried about his own troop will die. So I would say Jackpot doing a very good job, and Hazy I think he is doing very big changes on for this team last minute, so that we still not sure who is the MVP on this match yet, but definitely it's not Demon because he already down and he tries his best to do something. So now I can see 54 try to do something, but just one super heavy is not enough to block anything. Odetta also try to do support, and 84 continuously to do something, and luckily Demon jump in now and just blocking that not to let any enemy to go in. But this is not the best place that Demon want to set up his base, but definitely Team Demon pressuring this Hazy now. I think he having a problem, but definitely not killing his base, just about a few troops. But definitely Team Last Minute know how to support. You can see J-Pod use his super heavy to chase back the enemy, just to know that he teammate need him and the backup is there. J-Pod always know how to back up your teammate and always just push back the enemy. You can see now Hazy become a very stable now and start to kill Demon, and Demon's trap is still standing there. If he doesn't want to move his Demon, his trap back might getting hit one active waste for no reason. And you can see that they try to activate the bunker. I'm not sure which side activated. I think is the last minute place team activated that. Now the Ravens really do some kill on this Demon. I think 54 and this 68 really have to help Demon a little bit more. Odetta also try to do something, but I don't think he do more than what J-Pod is doing. J-Pod is doing very good job to support his team. Odetta is having a full troops that he can't do. You can see this 54 is very weak on defense. If they really do an all-in siege now, they will bring down 54 in 1 minute, but they can't do that. I don't know why. Odetta is just very worried about his troops die, and with all the very good moments, Demon just go very far behind. That is not enough to support. And this 68, I think he really need to do more than just support, because now he only using one archeries, and I think he should have more troops that basically can support, but I don't know how. But maybe he only got 2 troops, because I'm seeing he have a heavy and these archeries, but I remember he still have a super heavy, because I saw that just now. Maybe it's not. But you can see now becomes a situation of 3-1. 54 really into a very huge problem. I don't know why Odetta give an emoji. He wait for his teammate to do the siege first. I think that is a worst place from Odetta. That basically he is next to the enemy. He should do the siege first, definitely. And his super heavy is also stronger than his teammate, but he doesn't do that. But anyway, now the big siege is going down. You can see 54 doing down very quickly. That's why I say that on that exactly the moments that I say they should do the siege, not letting this 68 and also Demon try to do a lot of things. Demon just playing around with his base, try to let the base just land. That is not a very good job. He have a full troops that should fight. Now he react to use his troop, but he's just worried about his base can't land. I don't know what happened to that team, about Team Demon. Now 54 definitely going down. You can see still have 4 group of the archeries. At least this J-Pod and this Hazy will use his archeries to counter attack some of the enemy. I can see Hazy's heavy is there to store demons, not to interrupt the siege team. I think that is very good. And somehow my game also thinking that is very hot, and until the game also crash, I think my game also seeing that he can't take it anymore, and he's thinking that is very great moments, and suddenly blow up and the game crash, unfortunately. So sorry for the game crash. Let's get back to the match as soon as possible from the game. Hopefully we didn't miss anything very important on the moments, but I would think that the 54 base will going down definitely if they continuously to do that. And you can see Demons and the 68 very focused on the what do you call that, the Hazy heavy tank. That is still a lot of time, still a lot of time for their team to make sure that they siege down the 54. I think that is almost like the MVP play. So I would say Hazy might be the MVP of this match, because he really do a lot of things to make sure the team having a huge benefit, and a lot of yeah, I can see 54 already down. So definitely team last minute, they still have a very brand new J-Pod base and have a more than 90% Hazy base, and then Odetta he still have more than 70% HP base. And Team Demon, definitely Demon have a down one time, he only got 1 ally left. 68 definitely can't do a lot because he's weak and he do not know how to use more than just 1 or 2 troops all the time. Now he use another archeries that is not very strong, so now I know that he have 2 archeries definitely. But and then there are MVP players, 54 down already, so definitely team last minute will take this match. I think they have about 93.77% win rate. I think Team Demons, they still have a chance if they know how to do something good, but no, I don't think they can do anything now yet. So the boundary really set here, so definitely the organizers watching the match and knowing that you can't just move all the round until the map and the enemies have to follow you. But you can see Audita very aggressive. He not worried about the enemy, and he know that he can move even further to make sure that he is on the front side, so his teammate can move to him slowly. Hazy definitely is not moving because he need to recruit all his troops before he want to move. Definitely they are doing a very good job to swap over. So now Audita and fight this 68 on one. Now you can see that 68 definitely have 3 group of troops only, and Demon try to use his full troops to do a help or something that I'm not sure whether he can do anything at all. But definitely now this situation is only 2-1 if they can take it down. But I don't think they have enough time to take down Audita because Audita is still very strong, even though he's only 50 million power. But definitely he can do more than that to defend. And team last minute, Jaipot is already here, and can see Hazy also try to move his base as well. So this map is having some blockage, so definitely can't fit all of them. But you know that even though you can't fit all of them, they know what they should do and do their best of supports. That is very good to have some great teammates, and they do all the best teammate support as well. So I think these team demons really have to work it out a little bit more just to make sure that they have a better setup on the next time match, because I don't see the best teamwork from them, even though Demon himself can't do a lot of defense when the enemies try to siege him. Even though Hazy do a very good turnover to make sure that he can land the base somewhere here, I think that is very good notifications. I mean, he noticed that there is somewhere that he can land next to the low base. But if the 55 try to jump in somewhere somehow now, they might try to claim Hazy. But I don't think this is a big turnaround, because Hazy, he might be the MVP of this match because he really do everything exactly the best moment. Now he even know this the mine can't block his base. Successfully he land down his base next to Demon, and Demon can't stop that even though he have full troops. That now is very late because the enemy is just next to you, so that enemy can continuously to do the B2B to kill your base. Definitely you have to maybe move somewhere on the top instead of just staying there to let your enemy kill you by B2B. Then they still have one more teammate to jump in. The teammates still have 2 airlift. Definitely Demon down 1 airlift, and 86 still have 2 airlift, and all the team last minute still have 2 airlift, so that we can see how the match going out. But I already predicted about 93.77%. This team last minute will win. Hopefully they can do a better job now to clear up this match, and so that we have a next match coming out. So now at this moment you can see Hazy try to recover back to full troops. Audita definitely almost to the max troop, but he doesn't do very aggressive style. Jaipot always do a very good job to do a support. Now he even try to lead the attack to do some siege, so that I think Jaipot also do a very good job, I would say. Audita also not very bad. At least he can take off the strongest enemy team, the 54 just now. So now you can see they do some counter attack to kill this 68. Demon try to use archery, but you can see Hazy instantly put his light tank to kill this archeries. Even though his light tank going down, but he don't worry about that, because take down the enemy archeries means that you make the archeries very weak, and so that their base defense will be weak as well. And so that he also buys some time for his troops to recruit back to 100%, so he can do the siege by B2B again. Then you can see Jaipot and this Audita try to be very aggressive, but you can see Audita is having full troops now. He's still not doing the siege to kill this 68, so that I think they're going to miss the best opportunity as well. Now the archery is going up, but also letting the enemy siege one time is not a very good play there just now. So this 68 tried his best to defend, and he even have an ATG in the base. Now we can see whether he swapped that or not, I'm not sure, but now he definitely have an ATG, and this ATG tried to do some damage. I think this Audita really have to do some more work, not to let his heavy to die for nothing. Yeah, that's the problem. So Jaipot also doing very good job, but the problem is still this Hazy. he not on the full troops yet, but definitely he will be the big changes. And the 54 is not jumping back. Definitely Team Demon is under a huge pressure. If continuously like that, it's definitely a 3 versus 2 situations. So that Demon and 68 into a big trouble. So Jaipur tried to move his super heavy. I'm not sure that is the best time that he react, because some of his super heavy die. I think that is a little bit misplay as well, because his archeries can't cover his super heavy, but at least it's not a very huge loss, I would say. But if they can't even do anything siege to kill this demon or the 68, that might be very worse. That's why you can see they wait for this Hazy to do the lead to attack, even though Hazy really do the things, but Jaipur and Audita act a little bit too slow. Now they try to act but still not acting anything. Definitely Demons got this problem with Hazy. 2 of them can take down 68 by this time, but even though they just try to play with the emoji, and so that 68 already tried to do some job already, try to charge his archeries, also use his ATG to kill the enemy heavy tank. And you can see Hazy and Demons doing a one-on-one, but definitely I will say Hazy doing a very best job. You can see he start to kill the enemy archeries, even though his archeries on the half of down, but you can see the Demon archeries going down exactly that moment. That means this Demon have no more defense on his base. If Hazy can do the siege now, it's best, but you can see finally Audita have to wait for Jaipur to start the siege again to do the siege. Definitely is not very good, but Demons, he tried to help, but his archery is going down again, and so that Hazy can do the siege. Now you can see Hazy try to do the siege again, and Demon really into a deep problem, but he really tried to help the teammate, but definitely the teammate can't do a lot of things. And this Hazy, this Ozita on the top is still not doing anything, and Killah somehow jumped middle of the match. That is something that technical problem, maybe, I'm not sure why, but you can see each of the match we have some of the technician problem, and now we have another technician problem again. I think Killah is trying to call for the stop or pause of the game, but you can see Hazy successfully remove Demon base again, and so that Demon is down. He only left 1 airlift, and so that is the result of this pause, maybe. Yeah, so let's check the tag. I didn't see anything about pause instead of Killah jump exactly at this middle. So Audita also try to move his troop, but at least he know Killah is not the contestant on this match. So you can see both teams also pay respect to the pause because it's a custom event, and you can see both sides being very gentle and try not to break the rules, but they also not sure what is happening, because when we in the real war or the fight, suddenly your alpha or your officer say that let's do the peace and let's stop the war, or let's have some rest or whatsoever, then all the members stop. Is all of sudden or of surprisingly that is happening sometime, but not on tournament, maybe. So technician problem is all the things that we have in this tournament. So hopefully that might be some of our keywords that technician tournaments that we have in Warpath. But Hazy also take this time to move his base to have some very good position, or maybe he try to retreat. You can see he try to move back to the behind. I think that is very good, and also asking what is the problem, but I'm not sure what is the technician problem, so let's wait for it now. So I think Demon team may be having a 54 not getting back to the match, so they might thinking that is the issue, because we still not seeing 54. I thought just now this Elif is 54 jumping exactly the best moment to help his teammate, but that is not. So that 68 and Demon also very hard to continue the fight if 54 doesn't want to jump back to the match, because definitely these are 3-2 situations. So let me have a time to check the message maybe and see what's happening. So we have a new tag. Alright, so the fight will resume about 1 minute now. And hopefully this Killah have to go away. Otherwise, someone might kill him for no reason. So let's see whether the tag is put by Killah. No, it's put by the other side. I mean by the other guy. So I think the match still consider a pause and wait until Killah move away from the match, and we will have the match resume. Right, I didn't get anything from the message yet.
You told me this would be rock and roll. Is the world after the war gonna be so exciting?
So Killah moved away. I think maybe the match is getting resumed, but we still have some technically problems. That's why it's not getting started yet. Okay, and we have some cheerleader. This 61 from the previous match is trying to come in and cheer for both teams. Hopefully they have a fun for the match. So this 68 also both of them know the match and they try to do the pause continuously. So we're still waiting for the technicians problems to be resumed the match. I think the match is very close to ending because Demon definitely down to 1 elif only. 68 definitely can't do a lot even though he tried because he only have 3 group of troops to match up the 150 millions power for his group. But that is not happening now. So we still have some technician problems. Not sure who is fixing and when did we fix the problem. But definitely something is arguments and some of the problems. That's why Killah have to jump in and do the pause. I'm not sure how or when they will fix the problem, but I think should be within 10 minutes or maybe 5 minutes. We have done that because all the contestants is still online. You can see that very actively, and I'm not sure what is exactly the problem, and each of the match we really have a technician problem. So let's do the heads up again. This 3 versus 3 tournaments that sponsored by GodxKillah, and this is the guy that sponsored this whole tournament. I don't think this is his real image. but the name that he used currently is well known by Server-2, and this tournament is custom tournaments, and so that we have a real cash prize sponsored by GodxKillah, and each team is limited to 150 million power, so you can have maximum of 3 members, and you must be below 150 millions of 3 of you combined together. Otherwise, you can be 1 member or 2 member and call as a team, so that the fight chart and everything is about randomness. And we already have a few matches yesterday, the day 1, and today's day 2, so that this is a day 2 match second, and the first team that really have a winner is team Farmer, and now we're having this team last minute versus team Demons. On the left side we have team last minute, and on the right side we have team Demons. Team Demons supposed to have 3 members, but one of the members down. I'm not seeing him to come back to the match yet. And the team last minute, they still have 3 guys standing very strong, and all of their base is very brand new. So that is one of the problems, because team Demons having 2 people guy down with less HP, and only last standing with this guy. So that I think the match might be resumed anytime now. Alright, so I think the technician problem is still going on, because just asked one of the contestants to check the message, so we will have to wait for the result again until the match can be resumed. So I think not sure what's the technician problem. We have to wait for it until everything is clear. Then once the match is resumed, then we will be having our tournaments again. But I really hope that this team Demon having 1 more teammate should really come back, maybe now or later, because they really need more firepower now, instead of letting the situation become 3 versus 2. That is not very good, I would say. So we still have to wait a little bit more until both side and the organizer having all the problem fixed. Then we will have this tournaments and this match resume. So Jaipot tried to retreat all his troops to be very safe. Hazy also tried to just wait for that. I think of those waiting time is quite fair to both sides, because both of their base is getting some of the healing, recovering, and supposed to be okay. But in the end, we're really seeing the most effective is how you play with your skill when you have the opportunity to do the best synchronized teammate attack and teamwork. That is the only best thing. Once your teammate down, then you will be very having some pressure and some difficulties time to do the synchronization again, because the mistake will be stacked up all the time. So if you can't do things correctly, then your mistake will stack, and that is also make sure that your team and you know how you can make sure that you do the things correctly for your teammates and for yourself to make sure the defense as well.
You told me this would be rock and roll. Is the world after the war gonna be so exciting?
So we still have our match on pause, so Not really sure what is happening now, but at least the match is on this I think supposed to be 80% done on this match, because definitely demon is no more lilith. So definitely if this team last minute kill demon one more time, then he's totally out. Then the last match that will become 3 versus 2. So even though now this team last minute try to withdraw a little bit further, I think that's very good. So now I think they do a reset on the both side. Right, so you can see both teams try to do a reset, so we will have our game to resume as soon as possible.
You told me this would be rock and roll. Is the world after the war gonna be so exciting?
Right, so both team is preparing for the start. So we will have the match resume very soon. Anytime now, maybe. Alright, so I think I get some of the updates from the organizer. Because of the Hazy try to move his base on just now on these locations, it's definitely off the boundary. So even though he tried to kill this demon, and I think the organizer think that is not fair, because demon also try to stay inside the boundary, and so that demon will have one additional lilith, because just now the kill is not considered inside this match. So he still have one lilith, and 68 have 2 lilith, and then Team Demon have another teammate called 54. He still have 2 lilith. So that is the update on Team Demons. And Team Last Minute, they still have full lilith. Each of them have 2, and then the base is still brand new base. Only this Odetta is a little bit down. So that's the situation now. So I think the fight will continue the fight. So that means the fight is resume anytime now. As long they both sides start to move. Now J-Pod try to move. And finally, we have someone to jump in, and 54. He jumped in. That is how the Team Demons started. But he is just a little bit too low now and stand on the front. So I think it's very hard. But he tried to use his light tank to do something. But his light tank I don't think is very strong. He's 3.7 millions, but you can see Odetta just do a one trying to kill, and then this light tank going to retreat very quickly. Odetta even going very further to advance, and Jaipur also try to set up base as well. You can see 54 is not doing a lot, but you can see the worst thing is that Demon and this 68 is not doing anything at all. Even they try to play the emoji, but now they're not doing anything, even though they try to be very actively. And I think that Team Demons, they really have to work about seriously about this match. Hazy also try not to move now. I saw that maybe it's become a 2-on-1 situations. J-Pod try to do some aggressive to kill this light tank, even though his archery is going down very quickly. but I think he's still okay to trade off because now it's 2-on-1 situations. As long team last minute can do more, like now Hazy try to use his light tank is very good, and Odita also try to help his teammate finally, so that if they can do one time siege now exactly this time, 54 were going down, but I don't think they want to take this advantage because I think Team Demons also try to do something, but not sure how. But I think, yeah, okay, finally this Jaipur tried to do the siege. He know that one siege definitely can take down 54. Demons try to do a support but a little bit too far away, and so that Odita also try to do help, but I think he really have to do more than that. And now you can see Jaipur super heavy going down very quickly. They should really take down 54. They take down one already. Hazy also tried to come, but he's just a little bit too far away, so that the match started become a battlefield match now. Both sides also standing on the middle of both sides and try to kill each other, but I can see that the archery side might be better, but no, I think Team Demon also doing very good job to do the support. Now they finally try to kill all those last minute team things, but definitely the last minute team is not losing because they still have a lot of troops inside their base. So definitely, even though Team Demon they kill a lot on the battlefield, but they can't kill that base. That's the main issue. So that I think Team Last Minute is doing very balanced and good to have a attack, but they still have a balance on defense. So even though your groups and your troops dying, but your base is still standing very strong. But you can see Team Demon, even though they're standing very strong, but somehow the MVP of this match, Hazy, coming and kill everything and push back the enemy. And so that the Odita also try to push now, and so that Jaipur also put his archeries there to be very helpful. Now they try to retreat and reset their base. So now that Team Last Minute try to move at once further and back to the same situation of Odita and this 68 trying to be one-on-one again. And Team Demons, they really have one more ally from this 54 teammate. He really have to do more than just coming in and let the enemy siege him down. That is not very nice, I would say. So Hazy, even though he doesn't really care or worry about his archery stand on the battlefield, so that I think he know what he's doing exactly. And Jaipur really have to move his base a little bit further just to mash up his teammate maybe. Odita try to build back his troop and do the one-on-one. So I would say Hazy really doing very good job this time. So and you can see his power is not very strong, but play correctly, and his setup also quite interesting. He have one light tank, ATG, and then he have two archeries and one super heavy as well. But he did a lot more to kill the enemy as well. So now they also doing a very good job. They swapped about moving style. They're not all moving at exactly the same time. Odita try to move first, then Hazy move. Now Jaipur try to move. So they are not three of them try to move at exactly the same time. So that is very good coordinations for them. And now Hazy and try to put the positions on the Odita side. So that means they try to attack this 68. So I think it's very good. Alright, so Demon try to fight with Hazy archeries, even though it's even trade, but you can know that it's 3-on-2 situation. So if Demons try to be reduce his defense, definitely it's not good. But Hazy also play a little bit mistake there, have one group of his archeries die. But Jaipur also doing the best support, I would say, for this last minute team. His troops always there to support his teammate. I think this is very good and very feel the support of your teammates, not like leave alone when you try to fight, because every time you try to fight, your teammate is standing next to you. You will feel it's very powerful. Now you can see this Jaipur is doing very good support, but Odita is not doing anything at this moment. I don't think that is very good. That's why from the start, Odita might be doing good, but on the middle match and until the end match, is not doing much. Instead, it's just blocking the enemy with his deactivated base. I heard that lilith, so that someone on the behind is 54. So Jaipur finally become a support. He will become 1-to-1 to this 45. I think if Hazy can do a swap to go back behind, it's become like Hazy and Jaipot try to kill 54 2-on-1. I think it's very good because the Audita definitely can do a defend on his own. I think Jaipot really aware. He's trying to do a retreat. Hazy still standing on the middle, not sure what he want to do. Audita is really not sure what he really want to do with his super heavy. Not really doing a siege, but he just continuously doing some random things. You can see he's not doing the lead. He really wait for Hazy or the Jaipot to do the lead. So Audita is really have to improve some of his leading skill. This 54 is just stay a little bit too far away, but he tried to get his troops, but I don't think he can do anything. But at least he tried to block Jaipot to do the full support. But Hazy and Audita, you can see Audita try to waste his super heavy, also getting back, now not retrieve anything at all. But Demon's also not doing a lot at this moment, so that let's see what's happening. So Audita or his truck coming back, I don't think that is a huge problem, but you can see other trace from Jaipot is continuously to support his teammate. That is very impressive. He know that he is in the problem, even though his power is not very strong, only for the 3.8 power at this moment, but he still stand up to support. They know they should do a coordination to kill this 68, but they also having some defense on his space, not to let the enemy free kill. Audita really need to do more than that. Hazy is continuously to do his MVP things, that he send out his troops and his archery is doing a lot of things. Finally, Audita do more than that with his archeries, but Hazy is heavy tank die for nothing at this moment. Audita super heavy finally try to move, but he also retreat. But now he's dying for no reason. I think Hazy really not getting the support that they need, but at least they delay some of the enemy try to do anything. But they should really try to be very aggressive at this moment. Whether they try to take out Demons or try to take out 68 by Frost, but otherwise they're not very good. But you can see this 54, they try to use the light tank. I think 3 of them, yeah, luckily finally Audita awake and use all his troops to do support, but you can see 68 also use his heavy again, and Hazy instantly do the support, and Jaipot is still continuously doing his best support, you know. So that 54 might be the problem, but he is sieged down 2 times, so it's finally, this is the last time. So I think the best situation for last minute, they should really take out 54 first, because he's out, he's totally out, and 2 on the top side is still have left, so it's not very wise to kill that, but they continuously want to confirm to kill on the top. I don't think that is a very good job, but as long if they can kill 68 now is good, but I don't see they are trying to do that finally. Audita try to do this aggressive siege, but Hazy actually got M as well. So Demon also doing very good job try to support and kill the archeries, but you can see Jaipot do the best support to chase away Demon's archeries to defend. And now they try to kill, and 54 do his light tank to kill, but you can see it's not doing a lot with a light tank, can't do the stop on helping his teammate, and his light tank is standing there not doing a lot. But you can see Demons try to use all in to kill the super heavy instead of kill enemy archeries. At least if 54 is trying to kill the enemy archeries, but the teammate is doing down like more than 50% HP now. Audita 2 doing some all in, and you can see Hazy you also using all in to help the kill the light tank now. And Demons is standing there not doing anything by auto attack only, but you can see his team is going down very quickly, about 50%. So I think this is not the victory from both sides. At least one side is trade off from this 68 defense. So you can see Audita still have a strong defense. Hazy have no defense, but suddenly his troop is getting back, then he getting defense already. You can see Hazy how he can defend the offense, and I think he's very good. And Demon try to do a coordination attack, but that is not good enough because 68 on the top try to kill this Audita, but it's not good enough. 2 of them try to do a single siege that is not very impressed, and this for the 54 just too far away, can't do anything and support. Audita, even though he take some take some time to help his teammate Hazy as well, but at least Demon try to put it to 30% down. I think it's also quite a big impressions to make it a little bit turn around, but I don't think that is enough to kill those 2. But this is very good from Demon. If 64 do more support to Demons, I think it's very good. But now I see that Hazy try to do something. He try to retreat his space. No, not really. But what is the reason to put all his troop out? That is definitely something new. But Demon also try to do the retreat. I think this is very weird that from both sides try to do the retreat, because definitely you should really continuously kill some empty base, and Jaipot not doing the support just now a little bit unexpected, because that is what he always do the best, and now they try to be not very aggressive. I'm not sure whether is it they call another pause or what, because everyone just go back to their base and Jaipot not doing that support. Odetta also not doing that support when he have two full troops that not going to help his hazy friends and when this demon. And now is the best time to do the counter attack, but I don't see team last minute try to do the counter attack, and they also not planning to kill this 54, and Jaipot also not stopping this 54. So team last minute really have to work out on their timing to catch the best attack time and defense time. But now this 64 really tried to do a lot more than what he should do as a support. So that, yeah, but he also can't do a lot. I think Demon is the best one to do the damage to kill the enemy base down to 40%, and even 54 can't do that, even though his power is very, very strong, like 56.4 million power. So I think last minute all of them is try to do recruit back, but Jaipot suddenly maybe he become an AFK. If he become AFK, might be the best, but might be a big problem for this team last minute. But I don't think team Odette, not Odetta and this Hazy will have a problem, because both of them know what they should do to take out the enemy. But you can see Demon base suddenly recovery too many. Maybe there's a bug or not, but I don't think any problem if they siege on that. And 54 also getting their HP getting back. So now the situation is become a little bit of 3-on-3 or 1-on-1-on-1 if there is a situation. But if the situation turn to 1-on-1-on-1, I think team last minute still having their 93.77% to win on this match. So Odetta try to relocate his base. Maybe they finally think about how to work it out on this 54. So finally Jaipot move now. So that is good that Jaipot is not on this what I call it, AFK. But using archery is not very good, since he also have a super heavy. He should put his super heavy out to kill this light tank instead of using his archeries. So now Odetta try to move again. I think they know the problem. The main firepower from this team Demon is this 54. So I think Odetta try to move that, but 68 is not allowed that. And Demon is also stand there not doing anything. Hazy also not doing anything at this moment, and 54 already prepared, knowing that this Odetta want to move, so they try to stop them from moving. But this Odetta also try to do this relocate trick maybe, and Jaipot do his best thing again, try to do support, but suddenly you can see some of the armor. So now we see the match become a little bit slowed down. Not sure what happened to both sides, but definitely team last minute they're trying to recruit full troop of their firepower. But the other team also try to put their pressure on these very late moments. You can see 68 try to do a lot more than what he should do. But at least Odetta try to move one grid behind so that 68 is not doing the B2B. But now Odetta also try to do a very, very aggressive moving. I'm not sure why they suddenly swap their playstyle, become very aggressive. From the previously they are very reserved, not very, very aggressive. But this 54 continuously try to use his light tank to be very annoying. So I think Hazy and Jaipot try to do a support now. but Hazy also become AFK now, so I'm not sure how they really stay on the fight that are not very aggressive and let the enemy already healing their base HP. So Jackpot put his super heavy there. I think he tried to notify his teammate to do a coordination attack, but no. Demon tried to use his tank hunter, I think, but this one is like level 1, so it's a free kill things. So there is not much happening by this time, but luckily Odita know that he should do something. Finally he used bomber again, and Jackpot continuously use his support, but he actually can't kill this light tank. He really have to do something. Hazy finally moving and do his MVP thing, and now very big things coming to kill this light tank is that I think that is changes from this Hazy and this Jackpot try to kill away that light tank, not to very disturb to the team. So last minute they really have to do something now to kill either demons or the 68 at exactly this moment, so that the 54 can't do anything to disturb them. But Odita really have to do something now, not to waste away this very good opportunity. You can see Hazy also put his archeries to go. Odita finally try to move, and the siege finally start, and then I think they can really take down 68 at this moment. So I don't think they really have to do a retreat. They really have to do things. You can see 54 try to do a very disrupting things, but actually it's not very disturbed. But you can see Odita also try to take out the light tank first, but the base of this 68 also under very pressure, and you can see Demon try his best to do a defense, but you can see his troop is just too far away, not doing a lot of defense. I think that is not very good from Demons. He really have to work out his defense to help his teammate. But now that Odita, and you can see J-Pop also even try to help, and Hazy also try to help. I think Odita really have to do more than just siege, because there is no other siege that from other teammate. But I think this is very good that Demon also try to start to move his troops, but also can't really bring down even more of this 68 base. I think only bring down about 10%. That is not worth for 3% try to coordinate to attack. Maybe this is very good things that Demons and 86 try to defend. So now maybe it's a turn around. So you can see even though they are having a lot of losses and trade not too much from this 68, but J-Pot is doing very good job. It's just continuously blocking this 54, and so that the 54 can't do a lot, and he used a skill spam and kill this 54 as well. Even though his archery is dying, but definitely he's doing a very good job as a support to kill the enemy main fighter and make sure that this fighter does have full troops, so that he's down to 2.5 troops. So that if they want to kill him, definitely can kill him, but continuously they want to kill this 68 first. So this Odita even try to activate this bunker to make some ribbon out, and so that 54 had to keep back his troops to the base. So there's no any aggressive from both sides, so 68 finally try to move his base. I'm not sure where he want to move. So he definitely moved a little bit further from the enemy, not to let the enemy continuously to do some B2B. But this Odita not to let him run away, try to do some siege as well. So further that I think Team Demon try to stay alive as long as they can. That's why I really think about this team last minute. They really have to work it out to kill this 54 first. At least they can bring down one guy and then make it back to the 3 versus 2 situation. But now they really want to go for this 68 that have full HP from the start. I don't think that is a wise choice. And this Demon is continuously getting his base healing more and more HP. If they can kill him now, or before that he have a red line, so it's very easy with 1 or 2 pushes, and he will out and he have to use one more ally to come back. But now Odita try to be very aggressive alone, that not waiting for his teammate, and this demons also try to help his teammate 68 to do a defense. Now you can see Odetta can't do very aggressively, and he have to be very defensively on the next time, I think. Yep, so he tried to kill demon as well, but no, he can't do that. But somehow he activated the base and killed demon archeries. I think that is very good place. Yep, so demon have one group down, and Hazy and this Jaipot, I think two of them should really work it out to kill this 54 at this moment. I don't think two team at this moment is doing very correct decisions to know what they should do. Instead, two teams try to do some random things. So I'm not really sure what is happening to them. They should really speed it up and grab the best opportunity to kill the enemy at that moment. But now 68 try to do more than just standing there and defend. Now he tried to do siege, but heavy tanks can't do anything too much. If this 68 and demon try to do a coordination to kill Odetta, now I think Odetta will die. And Hazy at some point is try to do some of the AFK. And 54 he went for this bunker to kill the bunker. I think he know this bunker having some problem to blockage him to move and his light tank as well. So finally he decided to kill that, and Jaipot did not get this opportunity to kill this 54 at this particular moments. So I don't think Jaipot is know that he can do that. So both teams back to very slow moments. That's why I really say that both teams should really work on what they should work, but I don't think they're trying to work that now. Jaipot now start to move his base, whether going down or up is a very big difference. Okay, so this 54 try to use his light tank again. So and Hazy also try to move his base. I think it's very okay, so finally they try to do the alright, I think they finally decide what they should do. I think this is very smart things to do. Like I say that if they can do 2-1 to kill 54 first, then 54 is totally out of this match, then become a 3-1. That's very definitely good things to do. And you can see Jaipot even though give a better locations for this Hazy, because they know that Hazy can do the lead and he is being the MVP player, being a reason, and Jaipot unit is very strong. He's not only doing a support, but he also can push back the enemy. I think it's very good. So Odetta on the top side, he really 1-on-2 at this moment, and Demon try to team up with this 68 to do a coordination attack. So you can see now it become like 2-on-1 situation on the top and the bottom side. But this is a key factor that see which side can kill their one first, because 2-on-1 definitely the twos will have more advantage to win if they can do it quickly enough, so they can bring more victory to the team. But you can see Odetta really kill something on the other team. I think Odetta is also not standing there and do nothing instead, and Demon and this 68 very worried about that to die, so they're not doing the push quite enough. I don't think that is very good. And now this 54 try to run away. I think DZ is really in the deep problem, because there's no all the limited place that you can run, and then you can see there is a light tank, and then there's a medium tank, and you can a lot of archery chasing you, so your teammates do not have enough allies to come over to help you. I think this 54 is done, because there is no place for him to put his base down. Even though he put his base down now, but he just do not have his troops to do the defense, because Jaipot and the MVP Hazy doing very good job to push all the work. So that on the top side can see Odetta even do a retreat. I think that is very good, so that he not letting the both of the enemies try to siege him, but he also try to do a further to take the demon. I think that is very aggressive style that try to play. So finally 54 have no defense at all, so this is a free kill base, so 54 100% out. Alright, so there is 100% 54 out already, so no more. This become like 3-2. So you can see Odetta, he try to move his base again. I think he want to work around to make sure that he have the best position to let the teammate to come in, and you can see both of his teammates try to come in now. I think the 3-2-1 is become a reality, and so that Demon still have 1 airlift, and then 68 he still have 2 airlift, and then team last minute 3 of them still have a brand new base, plus 3 of them still have still have 2 airlift. Exactly, their winning rate is up to 99.68%, I would say. Right, so you can see Audita also try to remove about his space so that he can fit inside. You can see this team last minute, I think they are very impressive. They try to coordinate very nicely and also work has a teamwork, not trying to have a one pillar fight. And Demon and 86, they're not doing anything aggressive now. I don't think they can turn around, because the problem is that they have to kill enemy base. Like I mentioned a lot of time, if they can't enemy base, they only do some defense. Definitely that base can't take a lot of defense from that. So now both sides try to take it easy and try to do the thing coordination maybe. But you can see Audita are having one group down, so maybe 3 of them try to coordinate one big push.
You told me this would be rock and roll. Is the world after the war gonna be so exciting?
So now 68 try to do some defense. I think it's very good. I think Demon also should do something now, because his base is very low. And then the other side team last minute, they're doing the setup now. Once they finish the setup, definitely they can do the siege and swamp. And Demon, his archery is just too far away. If this Hasty try to siege him with the skill, definitely this Demon will go down. That's definitely the things that. So take down Demon, they will be having a very easy to siege down 68, no problem. I think Demon really have to do all out now, otherwise his teammate will go down definitely. But I think he just go down a little bit too early, but I think it's the best time. So maybe he can redraw a little bit now, just to make sure that 68 can do the counter attack to kill all those enemy. But no, Demon just only used a super heavy on the front, but at least he used the super heavy to draw away some of the damage from his teammate. I think that is very good. But you can see Hasty also used the all out as well, try to attack. And then J-Pot, and then this Audita, but Audita still saving 2 troops inside his space. I don't think that is necessary. Since you're doing it all out, you should everything try to all out and try to kill the enemy as soon as possible. And you can see 68 try to do the one out and one in, and that effect is very good. You can see that he can also do some defense, but definitely Demons can't do a lot of defense. And Hasty even have 2 units that trying to support to make sure to chase back the enemy, and 68 is going down exactly this moment now. So that Demon is standing alone. Then 68 still have 2 airlift. I hopefully that he can come back as soon as possible. Otherwise Demon also out, then the 60-second will be applied, and just to make sure that they can get back to the 60-minute as soon as possible. So that the 68 now he have to really trim back all his troops as soon as possible. Also choose one of the locations for the next match, not to coming back this. I think maybe yes, maybe no, but I don't think they have any chance to win if they just going back to the same positions. So you can see AC also doing very aggressive to position his base again, and everyone also try to do the setup. J-Pop also do his setup. You can see So I think the match already settled. As long as they do one big swamp, then we will have to look about how demon can defend that. So you can see team last minute, they know that they have advantage, they know that they are on top, they're going to win, they smell it, they know that they really claim the golden ticket to advance to the next match, but they also very stable and saying that not to ruin it and wait for Hazy, wait for the teammate, wait for the jackpot. Everyone's going to be stand by and do exactly on this time. Demon also try his best to hold it up, but finally Hazy do the first one, and you can see all data, he even do the emoji and not do the attack exactly the same time, but Demon try to defend, but his base going down exactly this moment, and so that 60 seconds have to be applied and make sure that no one in the village, so that the timer will be mixed up. So you can see Zena is getting back this 68, so the timer will go off, and then he try to snipe the jackpot, but jackpot definitely have 2 defense. Even though his shop can just siege down jackpot, but also can't claim his victory because the other 2 fellas still have on the top. And you can see, I think Hazy can really use his troop to help because he have fast unit, but you can see 68 try to do that, but he only bring down about 20% or 22% on this jackpot. I don't think that is very impressive, but at least try to snipe exactly the moments that he can do that. So Audita and this Hazy exactly trying to do, you can see even though he's trying to relocate his base again, I think he really doing a very good job to bring the team to victory, and 3 of them doing a very good job to make sure they are victory to advance to the next round. So definitely do one big push is good, and you can see they still very hold it up, but Audita this time he tried to be the first lead, he tried to kill. Even though jackpot though his troops got M, but he suddenly retreat that, and then they kill this 68. So just make sure that no one's jumping in, then we will have our 60 seconds to count on this moment now. Yep. So both of the demon and this 68 still have one more elif if they decide to come in back. So we still have 30 seconds before one team will going to win, the team last minute. So there's now 15 seconds, 14, 13, 12, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and I think that's it. The team already have the winner on this match, the team last minute. Alright, so we have our winner on the second match. So we have to wait for the third team to step in and preparation, and so that I will just take a rest from this moment. I think the third match team is also preparing at this moment.
Remember to take your weapons when you are dying, or Valhalla won't accept you.
Are they done? Any more shells? We got you. I don't like to talk crap. As I said, shells don't have eyes. is some problem in our social system. Everyone knows the war is destructive, but we are still in it.
Cover them in fire!
You told me this would be rock and roll. Is the world after the war gonna be so exciting?
drink from their skulls.
Turn it into gasoline. You can't make bricks without straw.
Hey, Jeno, welcome to BBQ Parties and thanks for your subscribe to BBQ channel. Currently we're having the match on this 3-on-3 tournaments. So I try to wait for the match to start, and we have to wait about 30 minutes because the team is setting up now.
You told me this would be rock and roll. Is the world after the war gonna be so exciting? You told me this would be rock and roll. Is the world after the war gonna be so exciting?
Take your weapons when you are dying, or Valhalla won't accept you. You told me this would be rock and roll. Is the world after the war gonna be so exciting?
some problem in our social system. Everyone knows the war is destructive, but we are still in it.
You told me this would be rock and roll. Is the world after the war gonna be so exciting? You told me this would be rock and roll. Is the world after the war gonna be so exciting?
Hey guys, welcome back to the BBQ live stream, and the timer I can just take it off. I think both teams are about to be ready and prepare for the third match of today. And also thanks for everyone for stay tuned for this live stream, and we really want to make this event to be able to make it work. Right, so now we have both team. On the team USSR, they are definitely very prepared, and the team gainers, they try to move their base to coming over here. I think maybe this is their base. Yeah, that's why they are moving over. So this is a new map that we have from day 2. So this is the third map that we are seeing from this tournament. So we will start this match about any time in 5 minutes or 10 minutes. I think 10 minutes because they still need a little bit setup. But you can see this map having a lot of surprise blocking, some of the mountain and a lot of ravens, so that it's not very easy to having all the open space that we have. So definitely we have some opening, but it's not easy to cross over. If you're not careful with the crossing over, then you might get your troops die, or your base might get some free kill because you can't deploy your base at the current moments. So let's do some introductions of these tournaments. The tournaments of this live stream is 3-on-3 versus the other team, and each of the team and each of the player will entitled to airlift, whether you use during the war or after you get siege down. It's not a problem as long you have entitled to airlift. Then we have a limitation of each team supposed to be 3-on-3, but if your team is more than 150 million power, you should have to reduce it if you can fit up to 3, else that you can work with 2 players as a team, or even you can just solo alone. As long you can win and below 150 million power, that's supposed to be okay to make a team. So we have team USSR on the left side, and we have Piton with 67.1 billion power. He's one of the best fighter in XYT. And we have KOT 555. He's currently on 70 billion power. I think everyone's already aware both of them is also quite a very good fighting team on the previous match that from yesterday. Then we have another team, the team Gainers. So we have Endless YT from this team, and currently he's on 67.2 billion power. And we have FN, we call him Sofen, and he is one of the best and longest XYT R4 and fighter from the start. So let's look at the the ranking. So FN currently is on the top 4. He's 83.1 million power. So let's see how's everyone fight, and let's look at yeah. So KOT55 is on 24. So these they are ranking differences. So now seeing both teams try to make preparations, and we will start to have our match anytime after the organizer put the timeline on the match, and we will have our match. So I think both teams already do some introductions, and everyone's already know both team from the first day, because both of them also fight during the first day, and most of you already know how they fight. But I will say Team Piton with I mean USSR Piton, he's really is a very MVP player, but now we're seeing a very big gap. With this Piton is only 67 million power, and KOT55 is only 70 million power. But the other side gainers, he have 60 over million power, almost matched with Piton, but this FN is about 80 million power. That is the top of all of the, I mean, compared to the other 3 guys. So they might be very hard to fight. So the strategy for 2 side might be very interesting. So now they try to clear some bunker to set up their base, so that the match can start anytime after they are ready. But one of the problem is that I didn't see Sophan's truck. Yeah, so his truck is coming in as well. No, this is not his truck. Yeah, his truck is on the behind, so we might have to wait another 3 to 5 minutes, just waiting for his truck to come in and make his base. Finally, we have the third match going in.
You told me this would be rock and roll. Is the world after the war gonna be so exciting?
So from this moment, we still have to wait a little bit more, just to make sure that both teams on their positions to start.
told me this would be rock and roll. Is the world after the war gonna be so exciting?
So the match going to be starting anytime soon. You can see both teams getting ready, and then one side they start to join the other side, XYT2, and then on the USSR they stay on XYT1. So this match will be start anytime now, I think. So now we finally have team gainers ready. So we have Sophons with his 83 million power, and Endless YT he have 67.2 million power, and so USSR we have Iton with 67.1 million power, and KOT 555 with 70 million power. So the match will anytime to start now. This the match. I mean, this is the map that we choose to have this third match on day 2. Right, so I think both teams continuously doing some preparations before they start the match, because I didn't see the starting match timer to start to count. So everybody is looking at this match because we have one of the best team to fight one of the fighter teams here, and seeing which team can stay and advance to the next match. Because just look at this chart. Team USSR on the left top and Team Gainers on the left second. Both of them is trying to fight for the quarterfinal, because both of them is top 8 now. So whoever win this match, they will go to the quarterfinal. So we'll see who will get one step closer to the champions actually in this tournament, 3 versus 3. So let's wait for that to happen. So you can see Sophon is even try to take off his base skin, so that that base skin doesn't even do the effect on this match. So I think that's very kind to have this fairness to fight with the other guy. So all 4 of them doesn't have any additional base skin has their buff. Instead they just try to stay as 150 million power as possible. And so that is the match that for this third match we are going to start anytime now. So that you can see the clock now is 20 and 50, and so that we will have our match start in 3 minutes. And let's see who will be the aggressive side and start to do the offense, and who will try to do the best defense when they getting attacked. And hopefully that we can see 1 or 2 new technique this match, and so that we will know what to learn and what to expect. So we are waiting for the clock to run down. Now it's another 2 minutes. It's very exciting to see how those strong fighter teams can fight some of the real fighter on the match, and see what is the outcome. And the winner of this match, they advance to quarterfinal, so they are very close to the champion match.
You told me this would be rock and roll. Is the world after the war gonna be so exciting?
Alright, so the match going to be start within a 60 seconds. So the exciting moment going to start anytime soon now. As long as the clock start, we will see some of the contestants try to move their base, or they will just use their fast unit to fight in the match, you know. So that we're still not seeing that, but the match is going to start now, and maybe we'll start to see some of the battlefields and fast unit on the field. But definitely I will expected some of the Air Force actions on this match maybe. So let's see what is really happening now. So you can see from the first one is Sovereign try to move because he wants to relocate, and Beaton use his super heavy there. So he tried to maybe do some blocking instead, but he didn't want to move his base anything at all, and he have a bunker in front of him and the top side have bunker as well, and some of the ribbons for blocking the enemy to do some B2B. Definitely team gainers try to move as near as possible. I don't think that is very easy job to do that, even though they try to run about randomless. But two of them try to move at the same time. There will be a little bit risk if the teams USSR try to jump anywhere now. Maybe can siege them freely, but maybe not. That is a really risky move as well. But now we can see the very interesting is that one side is just stand there, do nothing, basically just wait for the other team to do their setup and try to start the war, when both sides is really stand next to each other. But that is also one time again to prove that the map is not very important. As long you know your enemy coming to you, you just wait them to come to you and start to fight. And KLT even use this truck to block the mine. I think that is very smart, so that the enemy can put the base, because this mine is blocking that. So now this Anders YT and Sovereign having a problem because they can't fit two of the base next to each other. So they might be doing 2-1 and then one front, one supports. That might be the problem. And here you can see Beaton also have another mine to blocking the enemy try to set up their base, but somehow this YT and the Sprite try to clear this bunker first. So Sovereign also try to move his base again, and Team USSR really didn't do anything at all at this moment. Maybe they can do something. So now Sovereign, maybe he aware that he can put base on the top side, even clear the ribbons, something like that. And YT maybe he can stay on the bottom side here, but definitely it's not close enough to do the B2B, and on the top side also not enough to do the B2B. So let's see between what he want to do, but definitely KOT is the only one that doesn't move anything at all from this match. Now between try to make this bunker a little bit active now. Alright, so Sophan definitely having his safe place to make it definitely the pay for B2B the best one. Between aware there is opportunity, but he didn't take it. Now he take it, and Sophan really try to do the defense now. So that maybe it's good, maybe it's not, but definitely Sophan get that defense, and the bunker also do some counter attack. So that is not anything big sharp happening, but this Endless YT try to do some at once, and KOT really just not doing anything at all. So I think he might be the one. Okay, now he's trying to move. At least he's not AFK. But this bunker is continuously doing some damage. So when you activate it, you have to be very careful that whether it's helping you or not. So that you can see the other trees is taking the damage. But this KOT-55, maybe he want to take out the bunker. Luckily he didn't do that because the bunker basically is helping them. But now Sophan and this team gainers, they try to take out this bunker. Definitely take it out. They know the bunker is not favorable to them. So this one the problem that once that your opponents try to take out the bunker, you can't do anything to stop them. So now you have a situation of B2B and one-on-one on the top, and the other side also one-on-one on the bottom. But this definitely is not B2B. This is a little bit far on the distance, but it's also good for both sides and seeing how the bottom of two members can do the support to their main attacker on the top side here, because team USSR supposed to be depend on Biton how he can kill the enemy, and this gainers of course depends on Sophan, the 83 million power, how he can do something very good now. So you can see both of them also doing almost exactly the same thing. KOT and Endless YT, they try to put the other tree to support their teammate, but KOT have his archeries nearby his base, so that is more safe and also can support anytime when Sophan having his troops to come up from his base. But Endless YT try to use his super heavy to move forward, and he even have this tank hunter as well. But now Sophan really do aggressive, and Biton really do something fun, interesting to see. So now he try to do the defense, and he's starting to kill this Endless YT archeries. But definitely Sophan get about 18% of the siege of Biton base, and he did kill some of Sophan troops and some of the YT troops as well. But now this Biton try to do support, and KOT not doing anything. But now he's trying to do with one archeries is not really enough. He should do more than that. And Biton going down very quickly, and he definitely took down one full troops, but his base also took down about 18%. Sophan continuously to do some pressure, and YT on the top is not doing anything, and he tried to focus on the bottom with his fast unit, but there is not really anything yet. He should use his super heavy to support his teammate Sophan, so that he can switch even further. But now he's going down about 20%, and this YT archery is finally going down. At least a little bit help is okay, but not much. Sophan then, I think there's some miscommunication now that they are not communicate at all. So that I think KOT-55 this time really have to do an amazing job to support Biton. Otherwise it's not enough to kill the enemy. But he's continuously to play with one archery that is definitely not enough. So when try to kill the enemy support, but definitely get back to the base. It's really a B2B to see who can do it very better. But you can see that Biton base is going down 20% already, but the Sophan base also going down about 6% maybe. So that Endless YT and this KOT is mainly become the supporter of this match of this 2-on-2. So the support might be the differences of winning and loser, because if you can do a very good job to support your main fighter to kill the enemy main fighter first, and also block the support on the their team, you might be the very good things to make your victory. But definitely KOT have to do more than that, because every time you just try to use one archeries and worry about it to die. And even though this Endless YT his archeries die, but he really do some support to make sure Sophan have a very comfortable time to kill this Biton, and the result will show that Biton base go down about 20% and Sophan base go down about 5% or 6%, something like that. So that we can see what is the next strategy. So both teams main fighter, they try to recruit back their full troops now, and their support is try to stand up just to show their units that's going to support. But KOT is always just have one troops that may be enough, maybe not enough. So Sofan tried to use his archeries as well. So KOT tried to retreat. So I think this endless XYT is prepared to help Sofan with super heavy and also archeries as well. I think if the team gainers try to do that will be better because they will be bring down 20% of this beton, and KOT can't really do anything. You can see here have really full troops that maybe he can really do more than that, but he is not doing that at this moment. Now he tried to reset maybe because he tried to move all his troops outside. Maybe it's a mistake, maybe it's not, but now he blew back all the troops back to his base. So now he tried to play a little bit archeries to kill the enemy. I think it's good. Right, so both teams is really depends on their main fighter. You can see the supporter not really doing anything at all, but now you can start to do something, and you can see KOT and these Sofan try to do the fight, but finally Sofan get this win. And even though he have a half charge already on the officer skill, so definitely that will be scary if anyone try to bring anything outside now. But this match is really become something like the support being main support and the main fighter being main fighter of the fight. So their win and lose is depends on their main fighter and how the support can support the main fighter to win their one-on-one and B2B fighting. So that this is the match on the both main fighter war, but the support is also very important if they know how to do. And you can see alright, so even though there is a little bit pressure on this war, Sofan try to send out his truck. Finally, he aware that he need to send out truck to gain some resources because he know that waiting time and he can do something extra. So Peter finally having a full troops, it's just a little bit extra. Then he will be getting a full troop. Sofan definitely having a full troops now. So they are maybe coordinating some attack. You can see Endless XYT try to move so that they're going to do a big siege to this beton, definitely going to bring him another 20% down. KOT55 really he have to do something now just to make sure that he got his support, so that now he try to kill some Raven to do some charge, but definitely this is one-time things, so it's not enough to do any charge. So now back to the stage of 4 of them try to be idle, not doing anything at all. But definitely they are thinking about what is the strategy to do and kill the enemy, because each of them know what they should do and supposed to be a good fighter. So they're not going to do anything stupidly and try to make sure that what is the plan and what they do is trying to be doing the best thing that they can do, not trying to make a lot of mistake and losing this match, because this is the top 8 and going to be this, the quarterfinal is very important. So finally Sofan led the skill to this KOT, but even though KOT also shoot 2 times to Sofan's archeries, so I will say both of them is treated very evenly. You can see it's not dying a lot even though the skill is land, because the skill land supposed to be the Anthony will be the OP skill to land it. Otherwise this Emperor is not very much the damage that you want. Is one of the lowest damage officer that you have, so that you can see the support is not doing very much thing. Now Sofan try to do the siege, definitely Peter have to defend that and KOT have to try to do the help. But now KOT try to use one archery as well, and this Endless XYT try to use his light tank as well, so that you can see the support really try to do support and Peter really try to do the defense. I think his base really going down another 20% anytime now really going down another 20%, but KOT really need to do more than just looking at his base, so that you can see he's still hugging his base, that he's not doing anything to help his friend, and so that his teammate going down another 20%. They can't even do a counter attack, so I think 5-5 and this Beaton really have to do a coordination attack to kill this Sofan as soon as possible. Otherwise, this Python will going down very soon at any time in 5 minutes later on, because 20% is very much a lot that you only can take 5 times. You already take 2 times of 20%, so you really down to 60% that you can take another 3 times. So time is upon to them. They really have to do some counter attack, but this endless YT really using this light tank is very annoying to do some damage and chase people away. So now that even though Sofen can continue to do some pressure to do this Python, I think he will lose another 10% on this if Sofen not going to stop. And so that but this endless only focus on one LT is not very good, that because he have other troops that basically can help, but he only focus on this light tank. And KOT55 really have to do more than just look at his friends and getting down by this Sofen attack. He's just very focused on defend him, but you can see he base doesn't have anything threat at all, so he should really use his troop to help his friend, to make sure that his friend stay on top instead of letting his friend try to fight 1-on-2 situation now. And because this KOT55 worry about this light tank, and this light tank is really very annoying, but that is what a light tank supposed to be doing. So that I think this endless YT is try to do what he can do, but he also should use other troops as well, because KOT can't do the siege without Python, and so that he should not save any troops inside his base and do some about all in to kill and help this Sofen to make this Python to siege his base down as soon as possible by any time. But even though I think this team gainers are really doing some very better job already, team USSR, they really need this KOT to do more than what the last match that they should do. I'm not sure whether they have do some study about how they're doing on the last match. If they do, they really have to work it out on this second match as well, because this is not enough to protect your teammates and let your teammate to go down that much from the start until now. You can see that your team is really about 45% down on his HP. So that is a huge deal. If you really fight on the real match, that then your teammate down, then you are down to one guy to fight 2-1. That is not very good, that you want to have that situations. But now they are giving more time for this Sofen to having his full troops, and he letting his archeries to go down to let this light tank to kill him is not a good thing. I think that might be a mistake, and he throw away his fast unit, that not going to help. So that he really have to worry. I mean, he really have to monitor what he have on the map and try to do something. So now Atlas try to help Sofen to siege another time again. So if this time KOT can't do anything surprisingly, then this Python will go down another 20% of his HP, and that means he's only got another 2 times to take, and then your Python will go down. Then you will become the only standing that with full HP base. Definitely Python become a support, because his base going down like 5%, that can't take any more damage. And you can see his archeries continuously get damage, and even though Python try to use 2 archeries instead to chase away this light tank is good, and using this light tank hunter to try to charge the skill. I do not know what is very important for this moment, but his archeries going continuously down, and Python try to do support. I think he also very good to being a main support fighter and also being some support. You can see he try to kill this light tank. He really did some damage and chase away the light tank, and also good to have that. But they forget about the main object is try to defend the enemy and also siege their base. If they continuously waste more time on killing this light tank, that means this Sofen will having a full troops and they can continue to do the siege. That's why this team USSR, they really have to focus about how to kill the enemy troops and also kill the enemy base instead of wasting time on killing their troops that is not the main object on these tournaments. And so that they really have to think about the strategy and how to win the strategy. But now is the current situation. They really have to find some way to get it out on this current situation. Otherwise, the situation is continuously that let the enemy to siege them, and each time the siege they're going down 20% on this Python. One Python is going down, that is very hard for on the KOT to fight the match, that having 2 very good fighter, the Endless YT and this Sofen try to kill him with 2-1. And if this Sofen know how to put the base somewhere around here, and then this guy just have nowhere to put. But the problem is that Python can't really come back here with the low base and stay behind on this KOT. That's one of the problem. So that he can't do support on the near side, that he have to stay very far if they stay very far, that means this team gainers can become a 2-on-1 on the left side and 2-on-1 on the right side. So Team USSR become a 1-on-2 situation that is even worse. So you can see now Sofen try to do a third time siege and 20% down, and KOT just stay inside the base, doesn't want to do anything. And Anders, even though he try to make sure that KOT doesn't interrupt, and Piton have to be his own. Now he's down more than 20%. He's down about 25% that HP by that. So KOT even though tries to chase away Anders, but definitely Anders is trying to retreat. So that is not what actually the KOT should do. Now they try to siege some of the Sofen base, but definitely KOT have to do more than what he should do. Otherwise, Piton were going down very quickly, and they can't trade off very well to kill Sofen. But if they can trade off about Sofen to down to 50%, they might still have a chance to win this. But you can see Sofen troops is on the outside. He's really kill all of the Piton. Piton have no more things to do and no more things to defend. If this team gainers try to siege now, I mean Piton will go down anytime by now. But now Anders try to do a few battle. You can see how he used the light tank, how he used some of the troops and fast unit to do. But now he really listen to me that he know he should do the siege now. I think Sofen go out, yes, definitely, and so that this Piton going down at any time now. KOT really have to do a support now, otherwise his teammate will down. He's only focused on this tank hunter, definitely it's not enough. Finally he bring one archeries out, but this light tank's continuously killing his archeries. So his archeries placement is very bad, and you can see that it's too late because the Piton is already go down. So KOT can't do the job finishing, and Piton go down. And so that the gainers team, we have a brand new Anders base that have untouched, and then KOT on the USR also is a brand new team, I mean brand new base. Okay, so that but Sofen only down about 20%. That is not very much a threat, but now they even further pressure to just pressure KOT, not letting the Piton come in to support KOT. So that KOT is now on 1-on-2 situation. That is very bad. And even though now you can see some of the 20% going down on KOT, he really need to work out on his defense, not to let the enemy do a lot of damage. The suggestion is that he have a super heavy tank. He should make the super heavy to come out to do something, but he didn't do that. He just tried to use archery to chase the enemy archery. Basically, is also okay, but definitely you need to put out your super heavy outside to make it more useful, instead of let your super heavy stay inside your base that is not deal a lot of damages. And then you should trade off some of your base HP for your super heavy. But now he start to use super heavy, but definitely it's too late because Piton is not here. So he's a 1-on-2 situation, but he also know how to use his base to chase this light tank away. But this Sofen base is also activated, so definitely two of them are going to chase each other, and one archery is not enough to kill Sofen. That's 100%. So he should really think about how to kill the enemy. It's not only using like one super heavy and one archery. That is really not enough to kill anything at all. So finally, Sofen is still about 20% down only, but this KOT also about 20% down. So from this match that definitely we don't have two airlift, but he based this no HP, and Anders already activated enemy base. That is unnecessary. That's I'm not sure why, but you can see how he make his teammate 3 star, because he's going to activate this KOT base without a reason, and he can't use the light tank to touch any enemy as well, because if he touch the enemy base will kill him as well. So now both of them have to stay a little bit cool, just to make sure that both side enemy base getting deactivated, so that they can start to do some swarm. And Sofen really is the main object, the main fighter to make these gainers to win, because you can see Anders is really doing the supporting instead of doing the main attack. But Sofen also doing a very good job just to kill the enemy when he have a full troops, then find exactly the correct moments to do that. So this KOT is currently on 1-on-2. So if that Piton is not coming back anytime now, the KOT will getting more and more pressure. And even though his troop is getting some of the weak one, he should really bring it up. But that is not up to us, because train back the troops that he's going to need some time to make it back. So if anytime now the gainers try to do the push, maybe that Piton will try to jump on top or somewhere on the next side, because they still have a full side that, but this is still very near, so that they might do a swarm and they can still come back to defend it. And this Anders really continuously using this light tank to be a very annoying, I would say. So that is one of the things that we have to aware when you try to fight someone. Definitely light tank still can do some damage, but you have to find a way that to chase the enemy light tank away, not to let them do a lot of damage to kill you.
I don't like to talk crap. As I said, shells don't have eyes.
So now you can see two sides try to play some of the fast unit, but definitely Gainer's team is trying to buy some time for this Sovereign to get back the full troops. So now this KOT really try to do what he do best, is the defense. Besides that, there's nothing much he can really do. And Anus try to do some setup and have some light tank on the top, so that he also try to chase anything try to come up from the enemy base. I think that is very good. So I think this kind of setup that Anus is trying to cover Sovereigns, maybe he want to relocate his base, because otherwise you only focus on the enemy side as well. So now both sides not have any activations, and you can see Sovereign having a full troops already. Whether they want to do a coordination to siege or not, now they try to move Sovereign base, and this Endless just continuously to become very annoying with his light tank, and Sovereign now start to move his truck to be nearby to continuously do his B2B, so that this KOT having a huge problem if he can't fix this problem now. So Bitcoin also not jumping in anytime now. That is one of the problem that Team USSR really have not getting the upper hands, because Bitcoin is the really main fighter that going to be make them win. If he not going to come back here anytime now, it's become a situation of 2-1 that is very hard for KOT. So now you can see KOT really did some of the mistake, otherwise he should not make that really. Now Sovereign start to do some of the siege, and Endless synchronize that, and he try to use his Super Heavy to do, but no, his Super Heavy is not touching the enemy base. That means Sovereign is on his own at now, and so that Endless also not sure what he tried to do. He just move all the troops weirdly, and now start to do the siege as well. But he's actually got siege down, but definitely you can see Sovereign do a lot more damage, and this Endless also do a lot more damage with this main archeries instead of that second archeries. Now Sovereign going to retreat and leave this Endless die, and Endless having this Super Heavies that is definitely not doing anything at all, that is wasted at all. So that is not very good. He should really use that Super Heavy to tank just now. So they might really take down KOT, but at least they still bring KOT down more than 55% HP, so that the next siege and next two siege might be the key. We heard about airlift, so finally this Bitcoin getting back to the site, so that you can see Bitcoin try to fight with this Endless YT, but Endless YT try to block him. Now he do a retreat. Definitely he think that he not, so now become USSR try to do a sandwich thing. If now this Endless can answer, however, make it defended this Bitcoin, and this KOT having some of the troops too far away, and Sovereign, if he can siege down KOT, will be very big if they can do that, but otherwise it's not. But Sovereign choose to support this Endless now, so I think it's very good as well. Make sure this KOT troop is going down, and you can see Bitcoin try his best to siege down this Endless, so they might be getting a very good things. That's why I say Bitcoin is really bring the USSR trying to have this victory, and Sovereign not aware that this guy tried to use the light tank to kill his archery, but that light tank just, I mean this tank is just very low slow to kill anything from Sofen. Sofen still have full troops, and the base about down to 25%. That is very less. So Pitun really should do more than that, but he's not doing a lot, like 50% damage. Now he's really into a problem that he can't help his team is too far and become a one-on-one situation. But on the left side, definitely we still have a 2-on-1 situation, and you can see this Anders continuously using his light tank to be very annoying, and Pitun try to do something now again and try to siege, but no, he tried to retreat, and Sofen use one archery try to come over and do the support because he doesn't have the superheavy to do the siege to kill KOT 55. The KOT 55 is now really believe have no choice that become 1-on-2 situation, and Pitun on the next side of this Anders also have some pressure that can't move freely, and Pitun and this Pitun try to use his super heavy, but definitely is moving too far away. That is giving his super heavy going to die. That have no really any what do you call that, the values that going to die like that, because these Anders definitely can block all the moving side that from this Pitun to going back, but at least Pitun try to use his other trees to help. I think that is very good as well, and use all his troops to support. Now his super heavy coming back, but definitely you can see KOT continuously can't do anything too much, and Pitun he alone really do more than what KOT can do at this moment. But at least he not also doing support. Now he also try to do some defending as well, and Sofen he really have to work it out and kill this KOT. During this Pitun is can't do anything at all, and Pitun defense very low. If Anders try to siege him now, he really needs Sofen to make it up, otherwise he own damage can't really kill this Pitun, because Pitun I think he know how to defend. He's one of the best fighter, I would say. So now you can see he start to having his defense, so his base not really going down any huge HP. But Sofen also try to retreat, even though he have some troops, definitely can do something more, but he also worry about his base. And actually I would say he should really do some support to kill this Pitun now, because KLT have no chance to kill his base if he just left about one troop inside. But I think that's fine. So you can see both team is also getting some low. On this Sofens are about to full troops, all three of them is on some low one, so they can't really do any actions. So this key is back to Sofen, see what he want to do. And Pitun he really have to do more than just come to snipe these Endless, but definitely he not get that. You can see Endless space still have more than 70% HP. That is not very good news for this team USSR. And Gainers, I think they're one step closer to the golden ticket to the quarterfinal round. But we have to look at it, and hopefully that team USSR will surprise us with some of the good synergy. And at least now you can see Pitun try to do something, but KOT he really have to do more than just trying to stay there and use his archery, because he really have the full troops, but he didn't use all the potentials that he have. And now he getting siege, so Pitun really have to do something to help his teammate, and or else his teammate going down. Now Pitun know that's exactly the moment to do this siege to make some pressure to Anders. And let's try to retreat, but Sofen is really trying to kill this KOT. You can see Pitun also try to retreat because Anders is already blocked by this Pitun, and he's super heavy also going down. Definitely they can't kill KOT. It's thanks to Pitun to make those siege lower. But now Anders try to kill Pitun, but he can't kill as well. So definitely it's become like 2-on-1 and 1-on-1 situation, like I just predicted how the Pitun should jump just now. So this is a very bad situation if the team Gainers try to 2-on-1 and KOT going down anytime now, and the match following will be very hard because team USSR they are going to be 20% or 5% of their HP in their base, and Gainers they still have about more than 60%, you can see. So that is definitely not good news for USSR. But Gainers, this Endless also going down his base very much. I think Pitun really do a lot more than he should do at this match. As like the last match, he really surprised us with how he can do many things that just turn the match around. But KOT, you can see he's super heavy, getting killed just quickly, that can't do any contribution, and Endless doing a kill that kill KOT archeries, so make the room for Sofen to kill KOT very easily. But Sofen super heavy can't stand there, because you can see super heavy getting killed instantly. That is can't support enough. Now they are going to retreat. So both teams make some of the mistake, you can see, but definitely the winning side is one step closer, is the gainers team. If they can just continue to make sure that defense is good, then they can make some of the full troops, and they can really try to kill KOT, and Bitun have to continuously to pressure these endless. But even though Team USSR kill this endless is not the answer, because the main fighter of this team gainers is Sofen. They have to kill Sofen, but at least you bring down one guy is good, so that they can do 2-1. But definitely your base can't really defend and take all those damage that from Sofen. Otherwise, you should really find some way to reduce the Sofen defense and also siege him down as well. So that this match, I wouldn't say it's very close, but I think both sides really have their chance to do the best. If KOT really does better support on the early time, he might really kill some of the Sofen, because team gainers try to be very aggressive to attack first. The team USSR, they try to defend. If they know how to defend correctly, they might reduce some of the Sofen defense, and so that the Bitun can do the best thing he always do to kill the enemy, and KOT have to do some blocking to make sure that the endless doesn't interrupt to make sure the Bitun. But instead of having that, we have a opposite side that Sofen try to do the best to kill Bitun, and endless try to block this KOT to help Bitun, and that's the result. Now is resulting that we have this result. So both of them is try to recruit back the full troops, and you can see Sofen is not getting this super heavy back yet, but Bitun is the one almost get the full troops. So these endless have to be prepared to brace for the next siege. You can see KOT try to do anything he can with other trees, but definitely he have a super heavy. He should really use his super heavy like Bitun now. That is going to be a synchronized attack. Otherwise, this Bitun going to lose his super heavy for no choice. But I think they are not doing that. Maybe because of Bitun doesn't have a full troops yet, so he's not going to get that. And this endless try to be very, very aggressive to put his archeries outside here, just to make sure that he say that he is on defense and know how to defend that. But I think there is a fair chance to kill this endless if those USSR know how to do that. And Sofen is just a little bit too far away. So even to trade about this KOT, if they can trade off this endless base, I think they give a better chance for USSR Bitun to win, because this KOT definitely is a dead base. If he doesn't want to contribute now, 2-on-1, he definitely will go down. So he should really go all in with Bitun to kill endless first. At least they use one base again to trade off one of the enemy base, so that they can slowly work on that to kill the other enemy. But now this KOT is not going to synchronize with Bitun, and Bitun is trying to fight alone. That is not a benefit from your teammate. And Sofen also not trying to help this endless, because he's trying to find a good opportunity to kill KOT when they try to move out. But you can see Bitun having his super heavy totally go down. That is not necessary. I don't know why, but his super heavy is really going down now. That is totally wasted. Now endless try to do the counter attack. I think this one might really kill Bitun if he continuously to do the siege. No, he also tried to do the retreat. That means both of them try to sacrifice their super heavy without the main reason, and also activated the enemy base as well. But this KOT, he really have to do one big thing just to make sure he helps his teammate and helps his team to win. Otherwise, he going down like no contribution. That is a little bit too wasteful, I would say. So that endless and Sofen finally try to think about how to coordinate to kill KOT. Now that is too late for KOT try to do everything from now. He just too worried about he will going down. He try to do the defense now, but definitely he can't do that. He don't exactly want to do the help, but you can see KOT going very, very quickly. So he's going down now. So Bitun hopefully can do something. Hopefully this KOT doesn't want to leave out anytime now. He tries to help this to kill the endless. Otherwise he is not worth. Now he really go and relocate that, and hopefully he use the Elif anytime just to make sure that the beneficiary is going to benefit some. No, this endless even use some of the relocation trick to make this Bitun can't siege his base. I think that's very good to learn, that use some relocation and make your enemy stop and they can't siege you. So now Sofen base leave one troop inside. I think it's enough to defend, and they try to coordinate to siege I think one siege, this Piton will go down. He's definitely no way to defend that. But let's see what he can pull off to kill the enemy and defend his base. Otherwise, you can see the strong archeries he can kill, but there is a lot more archeries that you can't really defend. So he's going down now, and the 60-second have to apply. So alright, so that is a little bit mistake with the 60-second. So let's do that again. So Piton still having his full troop. He should really withdraw exactly now so that he have a full troops. But he's not getting that. Some of the troops going down. So let's check this the map just to make sure that the other team is coming back and we are not missing. So we have 40 seconds now. From my clock, I think there is about I'm not sure why my clock is running a little bit too quick. So from my clock, I think definitely is go down to 1 minute, but I think that's fine because since we have someone else do the tag, so let them wait for the 20 seconds. Supposed to be okay. Right, so after the 5 seconds, we have the winner team. The winner team is supposed to be this gainers team, and congratulations to them win this match, and they are the first team enter the quarterfinal on the next week event going to fight. And so that we are going to prepare for the next match, and I think some of the contestants they really try to come over, you can see. So that this third match is going to be team gainer speed. And let's do that. So I need to reconfirm whether we have a fourth match coming out or not, because I'm not very sure with the organizer arrangement. So I will just do a break here just to make sure that the fourth match coming out anytime. Otherwise, I will just inform everyone that whether there is a fourth match or not. But now I'm not really confirmed that at any time moments now. So I think we have our first quarterfinal team. Is that correct? Yeah, they're playing some of the field battles, but I think Kai and John Wick know how to siege. You know, this tournament is all about how you siege the other side.
You told me this would be rock and roll. Is the world after the war gonna be so exciting?
from their skulls! Remember to take your weapons when you are dying, or Valhalla won't accept you!
My. A full load of resources.
You told me this would be rock and roll. Is the world after the war gonna be so exciting?
I know.
Glorious steel, tempered to perfection. Feast your eyes on that treasure trove. Ivies and steel are two different kettles of fish. You told me this would be rock and roll. Is the world after the war gonna be so exciting?
Impossible.
Awesome.
Commander, our
I
garrison
am
will
working
defend
on
us.
it.
Questions remain.
Damn mosquito.
This load ought to keep us busy.
Crush them.
Commander, our garrison will defend us.
Don't disturb me.
Commander, our garrison will defend us.
This is only an appetite. Charge! Let's rock and roll.
Commander, our garrison will defend us.
Now is the time. Crush them. Urge to kill. Awesome. Don't push me.
Commander, our garrison will defend us.
I hear it.
Commander, our garrison will defend us.
Go, go, go.
How'd you turn military funds out of a
May
damn
I say
farm?
something?
Charge. Now is the
Commander,
time.
our garrison
Crush
will
them.
defend us.
This is only an appetizer.
Commander, our garrison will
It's a
defend us.
waste of time. Hello?
Commander, our garrison will defend us.
Go, go, go! Charge!
Commander, our garrison will defend us. Commander, our garrison will defend us.
Crush them!
Commander, our garrison will
I
defend us.
am working on it. Awesome. Go.
Commander, our
I hear
garrison
it.
will defend us.
Don't push me. I am. Let's rock and roll. Now is the time.
Commander,
Crush
our
them.
garrison will defend us.
Crush them. I hear it.
Alright, so back to the game. This is one-on-one for fun. Let me close one more things. So definitely we have not having our fourth match for today's for the tournaments. I think all the matches for today's end. That's why I also try to ask some of the member of XYT, and Kenny answered me and he asked that okay for this 1-on-1, because I was thinking that I might have a match today, but definitely I'm not getting that. And so that I also try to show some of the matches, and you can see from the start until now my base definitely down very little. Even though Kenny tried to siege me, he sieged me about 1%. I'm not being very serious because based on my power is 70.7 billions. I think I have more than that because some of my troops going down, and Kenny who is not very strong enough to match my level. That's why I try to not play very seriously, so that he can have some of the matchup back to my level. Also not going to kill him too quickly, so that can enjoy some of the synergy, and also try to improve my skill as well. So you can see sometimes we have to use this what call it squad preset, just to make sure that you can set some of the troops to do the attack. And just like you can see from previous siege, my strongest archery is definitely on the bottom side here, and Kenny didn't really aware, even though he can see the head of this Anthony, but she doesn't. I mean, he doesn't kill her, my Anthony. That is not a wise choice. He should really kill my strongest archeries instead of kill my second and the third strongest archeries. And I also have my one ATG now. Definitely my ATG can kill Kenny super heavy very quickly, so he can't really sustain to do the siege, but my super heavy is very strong, you can see. So I can bring his base down about 30% now. So the next siege I might take more than 30%, maybe not, but I will try to improve how I siege him down quickly, so that I can prepare my next missions, next event for the battle on the events. Even though I'm not going to plan to win the battle on the events, but at least I need to do some preparations. I hopefully get some more reward for the events, something like that. So now my troop is almost getting back, and Kenny also try to getting back all his troops. So I'm not going to let him have good troops to versus me. So that's why I have to move my troops to go out. Definitely I need to have this ATG somewhere on the front, so he might wrongly kill my ATG for some reason, so that my archeries can do some of the damages as well. So let's do the siege now, and so that I can put more pressure instead. And now you can see he try to kill my ATG instead, killing my whatever thing I have on the field. And now he try to kill the Anthony one, and so that I can also try to have some freeze, but I don't think it's very important at this moment because I still attacking his base and he not really killing my base at all. And now I try to kill his troop and he not really killing my troop at this point of time. And he think it's a fair trade. Definitely it's not a fair trade. Definitely I kill more than what he should have now, and I train back my troop, and so that I can continue to siege. And you can see my Anthony try to kill whatever try to come out, and definitely that I bring more pressure to his base instead of he try to bring any pressure to me, so that I can continue to siege him. You can see he try to do some backup, but my archeries, my Anthony is very ready to kill whatever that he have, and I should try to do the siege. But the best thing is that my super is very strong now, otherwise I can't do this. That's the things. And you can see my super is going to go down now, so let's do some of the retreat. Definitely I lose more, but I trade out some of his base HP, and I didn't use the Anthony to siege. Definitely I'm not getting the best the outcome of this output damage, but definitely my base is still 99%. That is very brand new at all. Losing some of the troops definitely is not the best situation that I want, but it's online 1-to-1, so it's very hard to kill the enemy and also protect your base. But if we try to do it correctly, definitely we need our super heavy to tank the base, and the super heavy have to continuously to kill the base, and so that anything try to do the random attack will be back to your super heavy, and so that your archeries can continuously to swap some of the target and go back to kill the enemy base. Otherwise, when you try to do that, then the enemy base might try to aim your archeries, and your archeries were going down. And you can see my ITG is still very brand new. That is one of the things that I thought he will kill my ITG, and so that my archeries can live longer. And I put my strongest archeries a little bit far behind. So if he tried to use anything, try to kill my strongest archeries, he should have be inside the range. So he should use his 5 grid as well to trade off with my archeries. Otherwise, my archeries definitely can touch all his thing. That is not 5 grid. That is one of the things that he should really worry about that. But he can snipe my archeries and do some defense. But he didn't do that very well. So now I might have to change my setup just to become fully siege down the enemy base with the siege setup, so I can do more damage instead of having my troop die that I didn't trade off a lot of this enemy base HP that is not worth for my reserve. So let's do this one with a White Wolf. The reason of changing the Bird Mary to White Wolf is because Bird Mary having this 1050 damage that is very low, and then both of them also is having the same 50% add of the attack, you can see. And then 2 of the additional skill definitely are useless due to these siege situations, so that is not very much anything. So that I want to have a 12,000 skill damage that is much more better than 1,050. That's the main reason that why I changed it, even though Bird Mary have a fully unlocked of skill. But now what I try to do is wait for my full troops to come back. But definitely Kenny could have his full troop coming back as well. But now I just put his base down to 60%, because each of the yellows supposed to be at 20%. So they have a 5 yellow, and base is equal to 20% each, become 100% with 5. Alright, so my troop is still continuously train back, not go to the max yet. So I will take down Kaneko this time a little bit serious. I will have to change my setup just to make sure that I have correct siege setup to kill the enemy base at the correct moment, not to waste any more time on that. So this one is a little bit high skill things that not easy to do. It's not because of skill base. It's because of a reactions problem. Sometimes might work, sometimes might not work. It's not all the time perfect. It's like when you see the enemy, you try to react as soon as possible, and also drag your correct archeries to do the response, instead of asking all of them to do the single damage attack to select all to attack one. That might be work, but you can see sometimes you are overkill with all your troops to kill one target. That is not necessary, because definitely you can use one archery to kill one and use the other one to kill the other one. But you just use 5 of them to kill one, and then 5 of them will become idle and stand there not doing anything at all. That is not the situation that definitely you want. But let's do this one now. So we have to wait for the red line to turn, then we try to do the siege. Then the enemy will try to do the counter attack, and I have this strategy to do the things that it's supposed to do. And we have some archeries to try to do the counter attacks, and I've dragged it out. And you can see some of my archeries start to die. Definitely it's not the result that I want, but definitely we have to do something else now and try to save our archery as soon as possible. But I dragged the wrong one, and that might cause me some of the delay, you know. So I try to put back some of my archeries. That is all about how you react faster than you should. Then my IDG also coming back and going out again, not to let my IDG to waste. But you can see how I try to continuously to kill the enemy and try to do the siege, but also not to use my IDGs to go back to siege the enemy base as soon as possible, because that might ask the base to kill my IDGs. But sometimes I try to drag the game, not allow that happening, is because of the game lagging and some of the bug problem is blocking me. But you can see enemy try to drag out again, my IDGs automatically try to kill him. and some of my archeries continuously to kill the enemy base that are definitely that I need that situation. And now you can see enemies on very low, so you can just use all your archeries or use all your troops to do the kill. Definitely you will get some of the damage, but that is not very strong. Definitely can kill off the enemy base, so enemy have to find some of the answer to defend. Otherwise they will try to lose his base that he can't defend. Definitely I can have my bomber to do something, but I didn't use that. Should now use my bomber as well. So enemy also try to use his archeries to defend, and finally my archeries going down very quickly, and so that I don't have any archeries anymore. So let's get back all my troops that I'm not going to let them all die. You can see enemy also die a lot of his troops. Get my bomber get back as well. So but if you can notice that all the enemies on the red one, I still have some of the yellow. So if I do a second siege, so he might not get the best defense he have, because I still have my super heavy that I can tank. Definitely I can do this now again. The reason is that because enemy already have all troops out and in, so that his base definitely will have a reset. I have a strongest archeries on this one, so I should definitely use this one to kill anything come to attack me and try to kill. And he's trying to empty, so I will just take it back and try to do something like this. But definitely the skill will reset, and those of my archeries also continuously amp his base and also try to help to kill the whatever on the field. Now you can see my ATG is focused on this enemy super heavy. Now you can see some of my archeries also continues to kill his base. Now the best thing is that my super heavy is definitely standing, that continuously put some pressure. Even though my archeries die, that I'm not very worried, because I want to achieve what I want to achieve is kill enemy base as soon as possible, and so that I try to achieve that now. So my archeries, I just put it down. The things that is because my archery is very low, I let them die, definitely is not harm to me. Now enemies die, I just come back to keep my base safe, so I do not need to kill additional that is not needed, because the match already ended. And definitely the enemy just only do 1%, even though my base already back to 100%. So I think the match already decided. I can take another further, because if someone want to come out to fight me one-on-one, I think still work. So let me try to ask if anyone try to come. Alright, so that is how I try to explain what I try to do, because sometimes your archery is very low. Definitely can just put them out to let them die, and it's not very worth, because if you have one, what do you call that, snipe from enemy, definitely can kill more than just 6 or 10. They can kill like half of it, like 25 can kill about 12. But because you have a very low, like 2 to 3, like just now is on red, I just put them out. So enemy think that they can kill the low one first, but definitely their power, their firepower can kill more than the low one. They can kill this one, the highest one. And you see how I try to protect my highest archeries, and always I keep to use this one, even though the other two is sacrificed. I don't really care, because I know what I try to achieve is try to kill the enemy base, and my super heavy also try to monitor it on the yellow, so that my super heavy have to all the ways to attack the enemy base. Even though I want to use my super heavy to attack anything else, but definitely I can't do that. If I do that, I use my super heavy to attack anything else, then my super heavy will try to be idle. If that things die or that things retreat back to base, and I try to use the archeries to attack the base, then that base will try to attack my archeries instead. But if I use my super heavy to attack the enemy base target and I leave it there, as long as my super heavy is still standing, I can use my archeries to do the kill and go back in and go out again and do a kill. So my super heavies continuously become the target of the enemy base, instead of the enemy base become randomly to kill your archeries randomly sometime. And I put my ATG outside is because my ATG is not the siege setup. Basically it's just a defense setup, and I didn't see enemy try to attack my base, so I do not really need my ATG to become a defense or some kind of safe in the base, not doing anything at all. So I even use my ATG to come out and let the enemy kill it for free, because I hopefully that my enemy will kill my ATG, and so that my archeries have more time to kill the enemy instead, and so that it's using my ATG to swap the things. But however, the enemy try to kill my archery instead of kill my ATG, and so that my ATG do the things is try to kill the enemy super heavy, and so that the enemy doesn't have super heavy, they can't do the siege on my base, because you can't use your archeries to do the start of the kill and tank the enemy base damage. Definitely everyone need the super heavy to do the tank. That's why I know the situation that I do not need defense. That's why I just let my ATG to go out and go die for it. But definitely the enemy doesn't really care my ATG as well. He really sieged down all my archeries. But even though that I somehow save one group of my archeries to continue to do some damage, and use some of the low archeries to let the enemy waste one of the shooting time or one of the skill time to skill that low target, and I have my full archeries to kill the enemy for the trade. So I would say that is very good. So let's look at the battle report and see whether it's a good trade or not. So from the start, we will say alright, 20 minutes I think that is a little bit too long. Maybe from the start, yeah, this 8 hours, so 24 minutes is the time mark I finish this match, and about some of the talk, maybe 20 minutes really finished for this one-on-one. So from the start, I have some of the kill is because this Cantonese tried to attack my base, so I have 0 die, and then try to kill his base. Then I have for the 6 die because I try to siege the Cantonese base and I have my troops die. And then we have some trade-off. You can see this one. I even trade off some of my troops die a lot. I also even kill some of the enemy. So I wouldn't say it's very lost because I have some of the damage to deal off the enemy base. So definitely my base having 1% loss, but I have deal a lot more damage, like 20% or 20% to the enemy base. So I think that is quite a fair trade, that I'm not dying too much of my reserve, about 1 to 1 or 1 to 1.2, something like that. But at least I trade some of the enemy base HP, and continuously I try to defend the enemy without any dying, and I think that's very good. Then somehow and then this one I somehow kill more. So Cantonese try to siege me, but he's not successfully, and I have another 76 die because of my super heavy die, and I still do some of the damage to Cantonese base a little bit lower with his HP. And now we have the big one on this one. I will say about 1 to 1 or 1 to 1.1, something like that. But definitely I siege his base as well, but not a lot of damages. But I also make his base a little bit weak defense, and so that I have this big one, almost the last one to trade off. My base having a 0% damage, so that Cantonese not even touch my base at all. But this one definitely I trade off more than what I should lose. But I also trade off the enemy base, and here I say that I blow up one base. So I have an almost very good trade-off, and I also take off the enemy base and without losing any of my base HP. So definitely I can fight 1 to 2 if I have this kind of situation, but it's not all the time you can do that, and you should always be in some of the reactions and know what you should do and what you should really pull out and try to aim, and what is the best target you should kill, and whether you want to sacrifice what of your group to trade. Even though this is my strongest archeries, can see the head is Emperor. Sometimes we can do some swap that we can put Emperor on down here, and this one you can put this one like this one, like that. Then we put this one like this. Alright, so when we do the all-out attack like this, enemy was just seeing, okay, this one is Emperor, this one is a war machine, so they thought this is the second strongest, this is the strongest. But if you look at the number, you know that this 1.1, this 4 million, this 4.1 millions. So you know that, but you can't really instantly notice that things. And one of the problem is that I try to swap my archery's operation, like just now. I try to put it here, and then I try to put it here, and I try to put it here, I try to put it here. So it's like continuously you have to rate the things, but you also look at your own things and the enemy things. So you have to notice everything very quickly. It's about reactions and how you should react, and also how you should make it. But sometimes I try to drag, like just now I try to drag, but my screen suddenly move. It's because of the game bug. I try to drag my things, I drag, but the screen drag instead of my troop drag. That is very annoying. Most of the time I have that problem. When we try to play the game like now, is we have no problem. We try to drag the troops to anywhere, it's no problem. But sometimes when we try to start the fight, and this kind of problem suddenly pop up, that I very hate to have that kind of problem. So this is the situation and how I should use my skill and my strategy to fight this one-on-one on current match. Hopefully everyone learn 1 or 2 things, and I try to ask anyone to come fight with me one-on-one again. So if no one, then I have to turn off my live stream, because the tournament event for today is ended, and we have the chart. So let me update the chart so that everyone know what is happening. So we have the configuration to the team gainers. They are the first up to this quarterfinal team. They qualify for that, and then we have team farmer. They win the match on today, and we have the team last minute win on today match as well. So we have a top 8 team with 3 teams and 1 quarterfinal teams that is top 4. So my team is the team supreme and the last minute, and we have another 6 teams that haven't even played the top 16, so they might go to the top 8, and then we will go to the quarterfinal as well. So this is the current update, and hopefully that everyone understand what we try to do is try to make more fun with these tournaments, and also try to make the fair factor as well. Alright, so let me try to ask again if we have anyone try to fight me with one-on-one. I think that will be very interesting to have another one-on-one match.
Remember to take your weapons when you are dying, or Valhalla won't accept you.
Right, so I still asking, so maybe I have to get into my chat room to ask anyone want to have that fun. Basically I try to ask Killah to do one-on-one with me as well, but he is kind of busy with the tournaments setup because we have a lot of technician problem as well. So he try to solve that problem, and now I try to ask again anyone try to fight with me. So let me have a chat room to ask in the last chat or anyone else. So I'm still asking in the chat, not anyone reply yet. So I really have to see anyone come to 1v1 with me or not. So I'll try to put a timer here. I think I put a timer about 5 minutes, will be a very fair time. Just to make sure anyone want to join within this 5 minutes, I will just fight with him without the time limit. But of course, I will try to finish the job as soon as possible. But if after this 5 minutes there's still no one try to fight with me, then I might have to go off with this live stream, because I already live stream about 7 hours more than that, about 8 hours almost. And at least I try to do something actions, because this is a tournament of 3-on-3, but also try to get some of the actions, also show some of the skill what we should do when we have a one-on-one situations, and we might use that situation on those 3-on-3 matches, or we can even try to use it on the real war that try to fight some strong enemy. But definitely I have a quite good account, I would say. I work it out as well. if you can look at my officer, all of them is definitely 60 level. Even though I have a very strong 59 level officer of this Air Force, but their skill is just level 1, so it's not very impressive. But definitely I have this, I have a golden on this who upgrade already, but the other 2 officers is only on level 1s that I just make the buff for the experience, because I have those experience book a lot, so I just use them. I think time is really running out, so let's ask one more time who want to do the one-on-one with me. I don't think this time have too many members or any fighters very actively, so we might have to go down with the live stream if there is no one to accept the challenge. I think the clock is still going down, not anyone coming to the fight yet. Riding the clock down to about 2 minutes. Hopefully there's someone answer and come to have some kind of fun with me with one-on-one. Alright, I think the clock counting down and there is no any new challenger coming to fight me with this mini fun. So I think my live stream will end now, even though there's 40 seconds. So maybe just wait a little bit longer, just another 30 seconds. Make sure that the clock go down to 0 before I can turn down this live stream. And let's see if anyone want to do this fun. That's why sometimes we have to ask some kind of strong members to fight us. I'm currently on 70 over millions power. If we have some of the members that are very strong, it's supposed to be more than 13 rankings, that's supposed to be okay to fight me, but I don't think they are here, so that some of them is still offline. Alright, so the clock is running to 0, so there is no any new challenger. I already asked in few of the groups, no really any replies. So I think thank you very much for watching my live stream and also support the tournaments of 3-on-3. Going to turn this live stream down, and thank you again for see you next time.